Oh no. Does this work? Is this working? One way to find out, right? Gee, Grand Theft Auto 4 man says yellow. Yellow to you as well. Austin says, where is Daddy? Don't call me Daddy. That's really weird. Harvey Wiseman is here. Hello, Harvey. I'm sure he'll troll me with a link. As a fellow Granite State refugee getting away from Manhattan, welcome. Please consider exercising your Second Amendment right to own a firearm. Now that the option is available to you. I actually made arrangements, and yeah. So that's. I'm not going to give any specific details there, but I am. I had an experience recently that reminded me that it kind of makes sense that I do that, and so arrangements have been made. I'll leave it at that. Hello, Carrie. How are you? Why, hello, Mr. Clinton. Woo. Lewis, that highway fit workout hurts my legs. Oh, yeah, it hurts me everywhere. It doesn't hurt my legs. It's a little bit of weirdness in the quadriceps when you get to the second to last thing before the last plank. I am blocking the Clinton spot with my phone. I had a coupon code, so I got food delivery. I don't do a lot of food delivery now, but I got a coupon code, so I felt the need to use it. Paul is funny. Hello, Paul Daniels. Somebody's salty that they keep getting chargebacks for their software because they're unclear about the fact that it doesn't come with schematics. Perhaps if your description were better, Paul Daniels, then you would too. What restaurant should Lewis review next? I don't know. I think that's going to be fun, though. Traveling around and doing random restaurant reviews like that. Speaking of, be right back. That's my coupon food. All right. Hello, coupon food. Get over here. Where is Erica? She is in Hawaii. Why don't you stream on Rumble? Because I don't feel like setting up a bunch of other bullshit platforms. I stream on Twitch, but nobody watches there. And I post stuff to Odyssey, but nobody watches there. So I just... Where did I put my food? Oh. So having so many platforms and nobody actually uses them is just kind of... It's work for nothing. Tahini sauce! Whoa. Love coupons. Are you blocking Clinton's spot? Hi, Luis. You're missing a 0. No. Do you have any thoughts on Jordan Peterson? I don't know. I've listened to some of his stuff. Some of it makes sense. I have not got. I don't buy his books or anything like that. And I've listened to like 1 or 2 lectures out of like, I don't know, 100,000 or whatever the fuck he's done. I use Chromium and Ubuntu. This actually looks pretty good. Hope you didn't order Olive Garden. Never again. How are you planning on dividing your time? I don't have a plan. I'm a nomad. I am a nomad. Let's see if this is good falafel. This was free, so we'll see. How good is free? Thoughts on Shamath Ordeal? I have no idea what that is. Do me a favor and get a nondescript LLC and put thing in it so people can't figure out who owns what. I don't own anything. I don't own anything. That's actually not the way he found it. Somebody, there's a different way that he found it that couldn't have been avoided that way. Either way, should lower this thing. Yeah, this way we can eat. There we go. Oreo's not happy his chair was moved. He does not appear to be happy with that. No, he does not. Where is AMA and who is Lewis? I don't know. I have 3 cats. I have 2. Erica has 1. She kind of still says it's mine, but that's not really true. This is a very annoying falafel ball. It's breaking. You are confused, Joshua Bell. You are. I heard Jordan Peterson went downhill after his addiction recovery. Yo, addiction recovery is hard. I know people that have been addicted to cocaine and heroin. They were decent people, but it's no joke. Coming back from shit like that is really difficult. Also, overprescribed opiate painkillers. Oh my God. Like, I have an addictive personality, so I think I have a level of sympathy for people that get hooked on things like that. Are you living in 2 locations? That's not possible. I am one man. Hummus gives me gas. Yeah, but it's worth it, though. No, commenter. That's kind of too weird. Can't be as bad as Olive Garden. Nothing is. How do you get free food? I forget, it was some coupon code deal shit. What the fuck? That feeling when you realize you got what you paid for. At least it sounds like somebody wasn't following you after all. Nope, but that has happened before. So, learn my lesson. Did the cat welcome you back with both? No, he didn't. If you look at the beginning of the Tesla video, he actually went out of his way to ignore me. He was looking like this the entire time. He was looking away. He actually hates me. He no longer loves me. It doesn't matter that I arranged for cans to be opened and water and food and everything. No appreciation. What's cringe about sexuality? I try to avoid using the word cringe, but I guess in your context what's weird is that that's what you're opening with. I don't know you. What do you use for an audio interface and a mic? Some piece of shit Focusrite that I got off of eBay, and this AE5400 that was about $100. It's supposed to have the same capsule as an Audio-Technica 4050, but the body makes it sound considerably worse. Food in New York City versus other states. Oh, the food in New York City kicks the crap out of the food I've had so many other places. The problem is all the places I like closed, so that's massively different. Like that night that I went to Olive Garden. It was like literally my choices in a high-end place with Hooters, Chick-fil-A, Olive Garden, Taco Bell, Starve. You know, like it's just shit. There's so many sections of the U.S. where you have no choices when it comes to food. If you, I mean, obviously you can, it'll be clear. I mean, eating out, you don't really have many choices when it comes to food. It's all chains and garbage. Whereas in New York, there's a lot of garbage, but there's also a lot of really good shit too. And the problem is that so many of them closed over the past 2 years that you know, you're kind of back to before. You make far too many assumptions, Ecliptic Silver Fox. We should start a mukbang channel. I suppose this will serve as a mukbang channel. Which is your favorite of Rich Rebuilds' Tesla conversion projects? I liked Ice-T because of how mad it made people. I'll be honest with you. I wasn't expecting to see that level of vitriol on the internet. I guess I was because they're Tesla fans. You live in New Hampshire or New York right now. This is just kind of a storage place for me, to be honest with you, that I can stop into from time to time. This is being streamed from New York. Later on, it will be streamed from New Hampshire. Was that a tooth? No, that was me getting food for free. I got exactly what I paid for. Cat was mad that you abandoned him. Did the stain come off the shirt? You know, I don't know. It is in the dryer of my real apartment. The place that I got that's temporary is literally smaller than this, so I couldn't even take all the stuff there if I wanted to. But since it's a temporary place until I find a house that I like, and that again is dependent on me figuring out that I want to be in New Hampshire and not another state. It doesn't make sense to like move everything to a temporary space and then move again. That is fun. Whole point of Olive Garden is to eat too many breadsticks and soup. Well, with the thing with, I was trying to avoid eating a lot of carbs. That's why I got a salad. I was just pretty much getting whatever I could get while I was on the road. I knew I was going to get something of low quality. How does free taste like? It tastes like a chipped tooth. But that's fine. I got others. Hooters food is not bad. You know, I've never eaten at Hooters, and I've never been to one. I did have to fix a sound system at a strip club 12 years ago, and it was one of the most depressing experiences of my life. I'd never been to a strip club before, but none of the people wanted to be there. And it was so weird because you were surrounded by women who were objectively hot, but it did nothing for me because it was so clear how unhappy they all were. It was just so weird. I think I was charging $75 an hour at the time, and I told the guy, listen, I wasn't really good at setting minimums or admittedly like creating boundaries back then. I just said, you know, you could just give me, I finished early, you could just give me $30 and I'll be out of here. I didn't even want to like milk it and try to make it seem like the job took an hour to get the full hour. I just wanted the fuck out of there. It was one of the most depressing places I've ever been to in my life. Like the women were all so sad that they had to be there, and the men seemed so completely oblivious to that. How's vegan life? It wasn't bad. I did it for 5 years. It wasn't bad. You're on my recommended. That's impossible. What's the rattling noise? Sounds like someone yelled loudly. Probably my shitty audio interface.
Oh, sweet.
You plan to move to Texas. I do not have a plan. I do not have a plan. I'm a nomad. Lopez, don't make me test the Second Amendment on you. He's the one that tried to follow me home, you fucking prick. I don't know who Alex Hormozy is, Jeff. Never heard of it. I listen to audiobooks in the car. What are the ingredients in your food? I have no idea. You know, it's one of those things that's interesting to me is there are a lot of people that say, I won't take the vaccine because I, quote, don't know what's in it. Yet I'm confident a lot of them eat at places like Olive Garden, where you definitely have no idea what's in it. It was awesome meeting you in New Hampshire. You're going to do any more meetups like that? 100% inventor. I'd like to do quite a few more. I just had to get settled into the new place and deal with a bunch of shit. I'm also wasting a lot of fucking time on this New York State sales tax audit. Like an inordinate amount of time. It's actually very aggravating. It eats up more time than I care to admit that it eats up. Do you like Tesla now as his brand? I like that they have managed to make electric cars somewhat more viable than they were before. Like, you know, there's no charging network around the country. Fine, fuck it, we'll build one. You know, every electric car that's out there looks like an ugly abomination no one will buy. Fine, we'll make one that's not a completely ugly abomination. I appreciate that. I'm glad that, I think that they got the ball rolling, and I give them credit for getting the ball rolling, but they're still a meme. You know, they're still a meme in many ways. When I say a meme in many ways, again, like the build quality, the service, the stands, all that stuff. But I'm glad that they got the ball rolling, because somebody kind of had to get the ball rolling. Will Russia invade the Ukraine? Bro, that's not a question for me. I don't know. Ask Sam Cedar or Ben Shapiro or whatever, somebody who follows politics more than I do. I don't know jack shit about foreign policy. Thoughts in the city of Houston. I have a friend who lives there, and I've always wanted to visit. How does it feel to come back to New York after being in the country? Mildly warmer, but I gotta say, I honestly, even though I've not really liked this place for a long time, I was expecting to miss it a lot more than I did, just because I had lived here for 13 years, and I didn't. I miss the food, but all the places I like are closed. All the places I used to go to are gone. The empanada shop I used to go to, Mizzeto, Lucha, like Cosi.
Oh, sweet mercy.
I have no idea. I don't actually use an iPhone. If you have an iPhone and you and here's the thing people don't understand about this business. If you drop your phone in the ocean, we'll get the data off of it. We can do that. We'll get the phone to boot again. If you smash your MacBook with a hammer, we'll figure out how to get the stuff off of it. I don't know how to use a Mac. I have no idea how to use these products. I get the fan to spin or the Apple logo to show up on screen, and I'm done. I don't know how to use Apple products at all. Like, I don't know where the menu options are. I don't know anything about how they work. Like, after getting it to turn on, I'm done. So how does iCloud work? I don't fucking know. I haven't logged in iCloud in my life. Mr. Clinton, he made me laugh. Never saw a cat so pissed as that. He was fucking mad. You saw that. He was doing this. I asked him a question. He's like, and he wasn't just doing it like this. I would ask him like 4 or 5 times, and he just did this. What a prick. He's like, he's willing to sit up there, but he wants me to know that he's pissed off. You can find the list of vaccine ingredients pretty easily. Yeah, but that's if you want to find them. Most people who ask that question don't want to find them.
Oh, sweet mercy.
You have 500,000 more subs, but Tim Pool has 50,000 live stream viewers right now. Why? I think because a lot of his content is put together in a manner where it speaks to an echo chamber, or it speaks to the worldview that people have that they want to believe. Like, I think if I went over certain pieces of news here, I could read my comments and I could figure out like which, group of people are people that want me to say or do certain things or believe certain things, and just kind of dig into it and kind of dig into their worldview. And I'd probably be a lot more popular. Like, I'd be 30 times more popular if I just kind of told people what the specific group, what they want to hear. And there's a lot of that on this platform nowadays, of essentially like telling people what it is they want to hear, reinforcing that their worldview is the correct one, reinforcing that their worldview is the one that makes sense. I don't know. I don't think I do that. I don't think I have it in me to do that. There's money in that. Also, I don't believe that I have 1.7 million subscribers. It's probably bots or something. I call bullshit on that. I would say it's probably closer to 100 to 200,000 subscribers, if I'm being honest. Like, probably 100 to 200,000 are actual subscribers. The rest, I don't know what the fuck that is. Third, he's probably discussing a topic of great national interest, and I'm sitting here eating food that I got for free because I got a coupon for some online delivery service. So I would tout those three as the reasons. Ion Model 3 had some repairs to do. Always had good experience. I find your take on them pretty anecdotal. You realize the irony. Shout out Angie, wife's first time watching. Hi Angie, never get the free food online. The coupon is not worth it, it'll chip your tooth. I find it ironic that you say you find my take on them anecdotal, and what you're presenting as evidence is the fact that you once had a repair that needed done, and that one time you had a repair you needed done, you had a good experience. I mean, that's the pot calling the kettle black, man. I don't really have an investment in what you think of the company. It's not the Ukraine, it's just Ukraine. In all caps. Okay, made you mad. Go to iCloud website. That's probably a start. Yeah, there's other things, Kento. We had so much snow today, it took me an hour to dig out my car.
Oh, sweet mercy.
That does not sound like fun. Will there be New Hampshire bicycle videos? Probably not, no. Because many of the roads there are like 40 to 60 miles an hour. And my bike kind of maxes out at 48. He's probably only reading YouTube chat. No, I read both. It's just you're not saying anything interesting that I can actually read. Reminded me of yesterday, Twitch. Reminds me of yesterday. Like, hi, Lincoln. Like, what am I supposed to say to hi, Lincoln? How do you answer that? What is that? How do you engage with that? Be more like YouTube chat. Be more like YouTube chat.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Thank you, Romy. Twitch, I want you guys to be more like YouTube chat. The Olive Garden video is interesting. Why? Are you planning collaborations with content creators? Not really. Anyone that I do, it's not like... You know, like when I visited Jessa's store, or when Jessa visited my store, we were teaching together and we did a video. That was one of those things where it wasn't really a planned collaboration. It was we work together, we're friends, and we both have YouTube channels. That kind of stuff is natural. It's really weird planning stuff that's not natural, where you have to kind of come up with a plot. You have to come up with something, because none of this channel is really like that. It's literally just, here's me working at my actual job. Here's a problem I'm having as a business owner that I would have had anyway without YouTube with the city of New York. Here's me fixing a board at my job, which I would have been doing without YouTube. Or, here's me looking for a new place for my shop and dealing with scumbag realtors, which I would have been doing without YouTube. Like, none of the content here is really scripted. It's not stuff where I have to think, okay, what's an idea for a video? What's an idea for a video? Or like, Lewis reads news and yells at cloud. I mean, everything that you see on this channel is something that would have organically, naturally happened without a camera. So it's difficult for me to do collaboration type of content because it requires me to do something that I don't even do with my normal content. This is not bad for free, as long as you avoid the section with rocks in it over here. What are your favorite board repair YouTubers? All right, take a pen and paper because these people deserve it. These people deserve more viewership. Tim Herman at TCRS Circuit. He's kind of proof that I wasn't wasting my time with this shit. Because, he sent me a letter 6 years ago saying that he started doing board repair and fixing MacBooks after watching these videos, and now he knows more than I do. So, stories like that make me realize that I wasn't wasting my time, making that guide, making the introductory videos, making the repair wiki, all that. I'm not wasting my time on it. Somebody out there actually used it and made shit work again. Tim Herman at TCRS Circuit, one of my favorites. Jesse Cruz at VCC Board Repairs, another contributor to the wiki. VCC Board Repairs, really good stuff. Jason at STS Telecom. He's a good dude. Mark Schaefer doesn't really, I think he only has like 1 or 2 videos, but he's a good friend in real life, and he's a good dude. He has a YouTube channel. iPad Rehab, Jessa Jones, one of my best friends. We argue about everything, but I respect her as a human being, and I'm honored to have her as a friend. Who else? I'm sure there's others that I'm forgetting. I'm sorry if I forgot you.
Oh, sweet mercy.
I think a lot of people found you from Linus. I subbed to you like 3 years ago after I saw Linus's video, or I started watching you regularly a year ago. Oh, very cool. Hey, I'd probably have a much higher subscriber count if I knew how to, smile for the camera, do collaborations and all that stuff. I'm not really good at that. Have you swallowed a vegetarian diet? I was vegetarian from vegan-ish, vegetarian, most of it, vegan-ish or some of it, from November 2015 to December 2020. But I've been, back to, steak, chicken, broccoli, and all that for a year. I didn't find that it's difficult to gain muscle as a vegan or vegetarian. I really had no problems with it. 1 second, I'm just going to put the rest of this hummus away so I can have it for later. But the killer is the carbs. The killer is really the carbs. It's not hard to get swole as a vegan, in my opinion. There's tons of protein sources, and there's a lot of stuff that you could eat. I remember I went up from being able to do a max of 5 to 6 bench press at 225 pounds as a meat eater, and I was able to do a max, again, this is my record. I'm never going to probably ever be able to do this again. It's like 8 or 9 bench press at 229 pounds, touching the chest as a vegan. But, again, when I went back to eating meat, it didn't go down. It's really difficult to not get a gut because it's really difficult to get, it's not hard to get protein. It's hard to get protein without carbs. It's hard to feel full without carbs. I don't know. I don't have plans. I don't plan these things, to be honest with you. Maybe. We'll see. What brand of SMD solder stations do you suggest? I don't like Hacko as a company much anymore, but I still use the 951 and the the FM203. I use the FM203 because I like the tips. I like the T30-KN tip. I like honestly, everything in the store has been Hacko for so long, so it's just easier to have a standardized set because we all use those micro tips. When it comes to hot air, I like the 862D from Atom. Why don't tech manufacturers price anywhere near market value? GPUs sell for 1/3 their value, leading scalpers and Ford bands resell for a while. Because then people will be mad at them and say, that, again, so if they're not able to make the cards available, they'll say that they suck because they can't make enough. If they make it expensive, then they'll say that they're, quote, price gouging. It's kind of like when there's what Windows laptop brands do you recommend? I would get a Lenovo ThinkPad, a T series, an X series, or a P series, or a framework if you're willing to be a little patient. I'm not sure if they'll be still able to ship very quickly, but the framework is a really awesome laptop, and I thoroughly enjoyed it while I had it. I forget what I was just talking about. I had something. What was I just saying? Maybe somebody remind me in the chat. I had a good thread going, and I completely forgot it. Somebody remind me what I was just talking about. What would need to happen for you to give full effort in making videos? I don't know. I don't think I don't put in full effort right now. I don't put effort into doing it with a grand production value or anything. I don't do that because that's just not something I want to do.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Would it work to open a location in New Hampshire? I don't know. A lot of people are asking that. I got an apartment like a week ago. I have to decide if I like the state first. First, I'd like to see how I like it as a resident before I can decide any of those things. But yeah, like that's just putting the cart before the horse, majorly. In addition to sounding great, if you had some nice subwoofers in your car, it's a quick fix for getting ice off of it immediately. No subwoofers for me. I do silversmithing. I love board repair videos because it's a different type of soldering. Do you have any experience with PCB design? I have none. I don't design anything. I haven't really made anything. I don't make or design things. That requires, I think, a higher level of creativity and more of a brain. And I don't have the experience. I don't have the engineering knowledge, and I definitely don't have the brain. Solder station under 200 in 2022. Used tackle. I don't know. You could get a used 951 somewhere out there. I mean, if you want, again, the TS80 and the TS100 are possible. Those are choices, and I think you can use Hakko tips with them. You just got to get this little 3D printed grip. The TS100, I believe. The TS100 is much cheaper than the Hakko, and it takes Hakko tips. You just have to find this guy, and I forget his name, that makes a 3D printed hand grip, handpiece, so that you can use Hakko tips, not just their tips. I learned a lot from watching your videos. Went to school for computer engineering and seriously feel robbed. New Hampshire is the opposite of New York City. I'm noticing some parts of it are the opposite of New York City. Why do you feel robbed that you went to school for computer engineering? I understand when people say, I went to school for some bullshit-ass elective that has nothing to do with reality or a job skill. I feel ripped off, but it's very rare that I hear that when somebody goes to school for computer engineering. Oh, Paul Daniels. I can't believe I left him off the list. Paul Daniels is implied, though. He doesn't need to be on a list. He's already famous. Yeah, Paul Daniels should be on that list. Northridge Fix should not be on that list. No, thanks. Did you ban the Olive Garden guy? No, but I plan on it. Tesla sold me a Model 3 and told me that I was approved for a loan. They didn't submit the loan to the bank, and now they want me to give the car back plus pay them. Would you be interested in hearing via email? Yeah, sure. Lewis@rossmanngroup.com. I'm always open to it. What would you do if you figured out Eric cheated on you? Would you give her another chance or dump her? Well, I hope I'm not going out with someone named Eric. I do believe you mean Erica. That vowel makes a real difference. I appreciate the $2 and thank you very much. There's some things I'd just rather keep to myself. I appreciate it. As I said in the beginning of the video, that's something that is in the process of being taken care of. What would you do if you found Erica cheated on you? I mean, you can't give somebody a chance when they cheat on you. It's like once you've made if you're dishonest about something that's that important, then it's just goodbye. But I don't think that's something that either of us consider.
Oh, sweet mercy.
5G phones with less than 5 bars is upload speed of less than 1 megabyte. Not good for streaming Pixel City. Use public Wi-Fi. How do you use public Wi-Fi when you're on the road? Like, you'd have to be near public Wi-Fi. I think the entire concept of why people use 5G or 4G instead of public Wi-Fi is if they had Wi-Fi, they wouldn't need 4G or 5G. They would just always use Wi-Fi. Oh, the scalping shit. Okay, that was what I was talking about. So why don't tech manufacturers price anything near market value? GPUs sell for 1/3 their value. Okay, so if they sell it at a low price, then people will hate the scalpers. If they sell it at a high price, people will hate them. It's the exact same thing to you. Like, you know, for instance, when there's a natural disaster and there's a loss in stock, so you're gonna run out anyway. The store is going to fucking run out. Everybody's not going to get what they want. Either A, you could sell it cheaply and deal with scalpers and nobody has anything, or B, you raise the prices so the only people that get it are the people that actually need it, not the people that are just pack ratting everything. But when a store raises its prices so that you people who buy it are the people that actually need it, not just the people that are buying like 30 cases of toilet paper to pack rat it, everybody hates the store and they say that the store is evil and the store is hogging things. And, you know, if somebody shoots somebody from that store, well, that's karma. So I think the tech manufacturers want people to hate the scalpers rather than them because they understand how people's mindset works. I'm using the Atten from that video you made. It's a good tool. The other stations here at work use the Atten. I'm still using my Quick just because it didn't break and I have no reason to replace it as long as it still works. But yeah, I still use my Quick. But I think Dan uses the Atten. Nell has an Atten. Camille's old station has an Atten. Did you hear about Lenovo locking down desktop Ryzen processor and pre-built to only work on their boards? I've heard about it, but I want to read up on it before I do a video on it. Yeah, the price gouging thing. Olive Garden is good. You're just too bourgeoisie. Oh, that's just no, man, no. That was $20 for that garbage food. There are so many places you can go where you could spend $10 and you can get food that's 10 times as good. I'm sorry. No, actually, no, I'm not sorry. If you think what was offered at Olive Garden for $20 was actually good, you have no fucking taste. And you haven't been someplace where you can actually get cheaper food that tastes better. What sucks about Olive Garden is they sell food that essentially would be like $4 or $5 at like a one-star restaurant or like a one-star fast food place. At a sit-down place, so it makes it, you know, like normal that you tip them and pay $20 for garbage. Olive Garden sucks. It's shit. Opinion on Pine Sol. I haven't tried it yet. You're placing the new place. Home, you're working, you're moving, and you're carrying up. I don't know what you say. In current apartment with Erica to the new place. I'm not. Moving means I have a final destination. I do not have a final destination yet, Moby Fix. I don't know what my final destination will be. I want to figure out where I like, so that I can figure out where my final destination will be. It dies in the wintertime, Nuts Network, because when it's -5 degrees, being outside is painful.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Hi from Toronto. Could you help me find if there's any group activist in Canada by asking on your stream? RAR? Like RAR Labs? Has anybody here ever paid for RAR Labs? Has anybody here ever paid for WinRAR? I'm afraid to answer that question honestly. RAR group activist. I guess if somebody wants to answer in the live chat, if they're a group activist. What you eat does matter. You're not going to eat Krispy Kremes all day and have good workouts. I don't think anybody's ever disagreed with that. Opinion on Pine Sol for someone who's never soldered. I have never tried it before.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Oh, please don't spam. Come on. There's so many comments. I can't keep up if you spam. Get out of here. Oh, no. Bye-bye. Oh, Right for Repair in Toronto. I don't know anybody involved with Right to Repair in Toronto besides Linus from the video that he did. Contact Linus. No, really, I don't know anybody in Canada. I know one person in Canada. I watch AVE, but I don't know him personally. And I met Linus once or twice. and he did a video on it. Like I literally know nobody in Canada besides, I think I know Linus, and I've heard of Justin Trudeau. Are you wearing masks in the store? If they want to. We got rid of the whole, like, everybody wears it in end of June of 2021. Once, like, almost just about everybody was vaccinated, I kind of had the idea that, okay, well, we're wearing this to try to, keep people keep the hospitals from filling up in the very beginning, and until we find something. Should college loan debts be forgiven? I can't answer that question, to be honest with you. I don't know how I feel about it, but I know that there would be one prerequisite for me if you were going to forgive the college loan debt in order for me to be okay with it, or even close to okay with it, is you'd have to tacitly admit that college, the way it is right now, is a scam and treat it as such. So if you get your money back for something, like, let's say you buy a house, right? $500,000, and you get your money back. There would kind of be this tacit implication that what you got was not what you actually paid for. Maybe the house fell down. Maybe, I don't know, there was dangerous wiring or something. Maybe there was a giant hole that the inspector missed, so that when you walked, when you were walking into your living room, you fell into the basement and, your wife died or something. There would be some kind of idea that some wrongdoing occurred, and that you would investigate what it is that you were paying for. If I refund the customer, I'm kind of admitting that they got fucked. Again, when you buy a house, you got the house, right? When you buy a car and you get a car loan, you get the car. When you buy a house, you got the house, and you kind of agreed that it was valuable. I think a lot of people are looking at this thinking to themselves, I paid this much for college. I didn't get what I fucking paid for. I didn't get what was worth it. And I think that there needs to be some sort of investigation of what it is that makes them feel like they got scammed. So that it doesn't happen into the future. I don't want it to be the same status quo going forward right after. I don't want colleges to operate the same way right after. I have no experience with the 16-inch M1. I got to try one 14-inch M1, but that was it. It had a hole in the board, and it was a horrible board repair stream. I don't see laptops usually for the first year or two because people treat them really nicely. So it's kind of like shoes, like people, they tiptoe around every single puddle in the street and the sidewalk when they first get a new set of shoes. And the moment they get a little stain on it, then they stop giving a crap. And then that's when they spill something on their laptop. So for the first year or two that a device is out, I don't see many of them. And even if I did, I wouldn't have parts for them anyway. Again, the A1369 MacBook Air came out in 2010. I couldn't buy a screen for that until 2013. It took 3 years for me to be able to get a screen to that computer. So even if people did start bringing things in the very, very beginning, in the very beginning, it really wasn't very, I wasn't able to get access to the stuff that I needed. What do you think it'll take for a YouTube replacement? Benevolent billionaire. It'll take a benevolent billionaire to set up real infrastructure. Yeah. You ever hear of Sam Zaloof? I have no idea. Never heard of him. Degrees give you tools. Using project teams and other things that are what let you make use of that degree most effectively. They're not going to tell you this is how you do X. Project teams are for that. I do not rule, Mitpa. You've given me so much confidence to grow and just repair my own stuff I was always afraid before. Save my school thousands of dollars. That's cool. What distro are you using? I'm going to stop answering that as a protest at this point. Would you consider taking an Olive Garden sponsorship? For the right amount of money. Yeah, why not? Give me $2 million for a shout out. Hi from Nashua. Hello, Mark. How are you? Olive Garden is tasteless gruel. It kind of is. Leza, that's why I have not done a video on it, because I want to read up on that before I just... Anytime somebody says, hey, did you hear about, the DA not prosecuting crime? It's like, okay, let's read this. And it's like, he's still prosecuting crime. Again, don't get me wrong. He's not prosecuting it the way I prefer. I don't like where he's coming from. I don't agree with the philosophy. I don't like the policy, but that's not the truth. Same thing with the car kill switch video thing. It's like, it's not a remote kill switch. This isn't, your local cop just presses a button and your car stops working kind of thing. That wasn't what was asked for in that at all. Don't get me wrong, I still don't like it. I'm still not a fan of it. But it's one of those things where I really do want to read about it before I just immediately go in. And that's what I'm saying when I said earlier that there's a lot of money to be made in telling people what they want to hear and the manner in which they want to hear it. Like, if that video that I did on the DA not prosecuting crime, instead of being an hour and 3 minutes of me actually reading through the statutes and Googling each individual one and comparing the claims to reality, was, if that video just said, NYCDA says nobody goes to jail or some shit like that, like, it wouldn't have gotten 38,000 views. It would have gotten 500,000 or 2 million. And that's the thing. People who want to believe that that is the case, people who want their worldview repeated to them, will continue watching and be very happy. And but I don't want to do that. So with the AMD thing, again, I want to read about that to figure out what is actually going on before it's just, you know, rar. You don't like stale bread. I do not like stale bread. I can fully confirm I worked at Olive Garden for 6 months and I'll never go back after I saw how stuff was made. Would you invade Ukraine? I would, personally, I wouldn't. Mr. Clinton, however. Mr. Clinton? Would you invade Ukraine? Oh, he definitely would. Yeah, so Mr. Clinton would invade the Ukraine. 100% Clinton would. I wouldn't. I think it's the wrong thing to do. But I can't control what he does. Right for a pair, I think. Oh. No acronyms! No acronyms! Who pays for WinRAR? Probably 5 people. Linus is from Vancouver. That's Canada, right? Linus is from Toronto. I can't tell the difference. It's all like, it's like Freedom, Trudeau. And there's like a line in the middle. And this part is colder than this part. That's, yeah. I should do that, Wes, but I'm a piece of shit. How could you work until 4 a.m. and then be productive the day after in your early 20s? Necessity? Necessity. Necessity. I think it's a combination of necessity and the realization that since I spent years trying to find a job that would pay me decently and I could never find one or get hired even for jobs that wouldn't pay me well, that if this didn't work, that I was fucked. And I think that kind of made it easier for me to not care if I was tired or stressed or aggravated or it's like, this is it. That's that. Thank you, Kenny. How many grams of proteins you try to eat in a day? I don't count it. I think like a lot of the people that say you have to have like 1 gram for every pound or half a gram of protein for every pound, I think they're probably shitting out most of their protein.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Would you or your team accept and repair a Dell PowerEdge R5 630 or other server? It depends what's wrong with it. Most likely no. I don't have a schematic to that. I don't know where to get parts to that. Most people want things repaired in usually 2 to 3 days. So the amount of time it would even take for me to find a donor for it would probably be longer than the amount of time that the average person would be willing to wait and not have a status update. I would have to buy donor parts to be able to kind of do a repair on it. And I'm no fix, no fee. So if I don't fix it, I don't charge you. So I'd have to get donors to something that I'm never going to see again. I don't think it's quiet. I'm keeping up. Thank you, Alex. I would have to get something that I would have to buy parts for something that I'm probably not going to see for the next 5 years. So even if I am actually able to do the repair, I kind of have this pile of donors here that cost more than the actual repair. In a world where things were made easier and more stuff were made available, where you didn't have to like claw your way to get schematics and chips and everything, probably, but not in this one. Have you ridden a Tesla with FSD beta? Not one with FSD beta activated, and I think I'm probably too chicken shit to do that. What is your favorite car? Let's see. Watch the video where you explain what you use in your shop from 5 years ago. I was wondering if you have a thin spool of solder. Paul has that. Actually, it hasn't been finished yet. I joke that once that runs out, that it's time to retire. And that fucking thin spool from 2006 is still here. It's been like 16 years. My favorite car is a 2019 rental Nissan Sentra that has a broken steering column on the highway from National Rent-A-Car.
Oh, sweet mercy.
What is your opinion on TCRS Tim's new Tim? He sent me some, and I have to give it a try. I believe him when he says that it is good. Here's the problem, and a lot of people are misunderstanding this with the newer MacBooks. The newer MacBooks use this weird heatsink, and when you use normal thermal paste, it doesn't touch the processor properly. It doesn't contact because there's space in between it. And there are people saying, well, you should use a copper shim. Bullshit. You're going to wind up crushing the fucking chip and cracking the solder balls under it or destroying the die. I can't tell you how many of those I've seen. Like, no. So he came up with this thermal compound that's as similar as humanly possible to the original. I haven't tried it. Parts easily available for M1 machines. Depends on what parts you're talking about. Again, one of the, I don't mean to sound salty, and I'm really sorry. I don't want to take this out on you. When someone says, are parts easy? Which part? The LCD, the display assembly, the webcam, the keyboard, the trackpad, the battery, the CD3217, the ISO 9240, like they're, the T2 chip. I mean, there's so many different parts for them. Some are and some aren't, and that's a big part of the problem. So like when somebody says, "Do you fix this model because I want to know if you can fix it?" What's wrong with it? I don't know. That's what sucks about this industry. That's what sucks so much cock and balls about this industry is that you never fucking know. Employment is getting worse again. Unemployment is up in California or Canada. Either way, same difference to me. And yet the rents for residential and commercial are going up. Makes sense? Little Oreo. You want to jump up, little Oreo? Good boy, little Oreo. Who's my Oreo? I mean, I think the rent is going up as a result of the property prices going up. The property prices are going up as a result of a combination of not as many houses being built due to the insanity of 2020, combined with the printing of an insane amount of money, combined with artificially low interest rates. I can't pet Clinton, but I can pet Oreo. I can pet Oreo. It's a Poreo over here. Probably going too far to call it a scam. It's a utility, just less hyped than what it's worth. But that's the thing we have to understand. Again, if you're going to forgive the debt, if you're going to forgive, like somebody took out $100,000, it's one thing to say, okay, listen, you didn't get everything you wanted here. We'll give you like 5 or 10 or 20 or 30% off. If somebody was going to pay $100K and you're like, you know what? Nah, bro, you're going to pay $0. Usually we reserve that for A, you didn't get what you paid for, or B, you got scammed. And if it's implying that a massive group of people got scammed, didn't get what they paid for, that usually is classified as scam. Sent my A1398 MacBook Pro to CPR for a no backlight issue. After over a month, they gave up. They claim they don't have schematics. That's fucking sad. That's sad because they've been eating up a lot of independence. A lot of the people that took my class back in the day joined CPR. So, I don't know if they paid for the franchise or they pay yearly or they pay up front, but they took down their business name, their branding, and they put up CPR's branding. And there are schematics for just about every A1398 board there is. And even if you can't find it for one, usually there's another one that's like very, very similar. Like for instance, the A20-00426 is very similar to the A20-00163. There's a little section over here that nobody actually cares about because you never have to replace the components over there where it's not the same, but the backlight is completely the same and it's in a separate area altogether. The inability to repair a no backlight issue on a board with the claim of not a schematic not being available, it demonstrates a complete lack of willingness to find something with a Google search that takes about 10 seconds. That's fucking sad. But they're a massively successful company, again. See, again, I shouldn't be too salty. I shouldn't shit too hard. CPR is doing way better than I am. Like, way better. Like, massively better. But yeah, that really kind of makes me sad. You should get there with Robert Barnes and Viva about repair. Viva I've heard. Robert I haven't. I think with Viva Frey I was supposed to have a talk and he was busy for like 2 or 3 months out and I forgot about it. Joe Rogan or Bill Burr? I like Joe Rogan as a podcaster more. I like Bill Burr as a comedian more. I've listened to Bill Burr's podcast and I just don't enjoy it. I don't find it interesting. But his comedy is fucking gold. I've listened to Joe Rogan's comedy and I don't understand why people find him funny. Don't get me, I'm not trying to insult him. I don't find any of it funny. But his podcast is, in my opinion, I haven't listened to it in 2 years. It's been about 2 years since I listened. Like when he went on to Spotify only, I just kind of dropped off of it. But why all caps, bro? But Joe Rogan's podcast is good, but I never liked his comedy. Rents go up because Res and Com, residential and commercial mortgage-backed securities are not able to collect at this time, so they are jacking costs in their existing customers. That's a possibility. But I don't know how much I believe that since it's all caps. I appreciate the $5, but the all caps. Calm down. Relax. Where are you living now? I am living under a cat. I am living under a cat on his chair. Oreo, don't bite the microphone, boy. I want a pet camel. No, you want a pet kitty. Run for office, we will vote for you. No. I don't want to be a politician. I don't want power over people to that extent. Rogan's comedy is painful. Yeah, I never got much out of his comedy. Again, I think he's a talented podcast hoster. I think he's very good at pulling interesting conversations out of a number of different people, regardless of where their views are versus his, except for the Larry Sharp one. I didn't enjoy the Larry Sharp one. But I never got his comedy. And with Bill Burr, I've listened to his podcast, no interest, but his comedy is like, he's one of my favorite comedians. He's fucking hysterical. What's long-term for New Hampshire? I don't know what's long-term for New Hampshire. I know people say Florida is going to be underwater soon, but I'm not really smart enough to know if that's going to happen to other states, and I don't even know if that's going to happen to Florida. I've never done DMT. No. But yeah, I don't know what the future of New Hampshire is. No clue. I wonder if you could research homes called Earthships. I don't know what the fuck that is. Earthship home? Without utility bills? Thank you, Azil. Whatever happened to the guy that crashed into you on bike and then he took off? Did he get away? That he got out of his car and asked if I was all right, and then I just kept going. I didn't have a desire to pretend that I was hurt so I could sue him. Although that did, come into my mind, but I didn't do it. But most people probably would have done that, at least in New York City. No answer request or question. Just enjoy logical thinking and well-thought, informative sessions. I don't know if I'm very logical, but I appreciate that. I'm glad you had a good experience with college, John, but please understand most colleges are not Berkeley or MIT. None of them good programs. Most syllabus are bare bones. Oh, that was you talking to somebody else. Sorry. It's hard to tell when people having comments or conversations in chat. What specs are your ThinkPad? I don't remember. I think it's like a Xeon 1515, 32 gigs of RAM, and some cheap SSD. Angry because it is all a train wreck since COVID is getting away from us. Yeah, I understand. In reference to your comments about the anti-drunk driver system proposed law, these systems are meant to be interdiction systems to prevent car from starting. I think that was the point, yeah. I don't think that's anything new. Lewis votes Red Birdie. Red Birdie? What's a Red Birdie? I don't know. I am out of the loop.
Oh, sweet mercy.
You only answer questions you are paid to answer. Oh, stop being a salty cunt. Do you see how many of these that I've answered? I'm literally reading the chat all the way down. Like, I can't answer 20 things at a time. Just don't be... Most of what I've read through here has been stuff that's not paid. Get the fuck out of here, you salty cunt. Glad to see the kitties again. I'm so happy to see the fur kids again. How was the greenies? I fixed my keyboard today. I've noticed that since they were on dry food for a good portion of while I was away, that they seem to be less interested in greenies. I'm wondering, do they actually love greenies? Or do they simply love dry food? Because I gave him the greenie. He was not as excited as he usually was. Oreo had 2. Blackberry had 1. Oreo, you want a purr? Come here, Oreo. And Clinton had none. Clinton did not take a single greenie. Yeah, Gareth is just being a salty cunt. I can't fix that. If you don't notice that 99% of what I'm reading are normal stuff here, then you're just being a cunt. You have 2 cats? I have 2, and Erica has 1. Unfortunately, Erica's not here right now, so I'm petting Erica's cat. You're not my cat, Oreo. You're not my cat. College debt forgiveness misses the entire problem of the current system, the switch from government subsidies to universities to a system by which they subsidize individuals. Yeah, the problem with the current system, thank you, James. The problem with the current system is that it's allowed the bureaucracy at many of these colleges to get bigger and bigger and bigger and to not care what their costs are. If I was subsidized to a great extent, I might not really care anymore if I'm charging you $500 to repair the motherboard on an A1181. And I might wind up with a very bloated business that doesn't work efficiently, that doesn't make sense, based around the fact that I could charge $500 to fix an A1181. Either way, I've made a lot of mistakes in my life. I've made a ton. And I'm the type of person to beat myself up about it over and over and over and over again, because it's hard for me to respect myself when I know how many stupid things I've done. But one thing that I'm very happy about, I got the fuck out of college. Like, I got the fuck out of college very early on. Like, the thing that really got me was when I bought last year's textbook used instead of the New Year textbook to save a few $100s. And it was the exact same textbook, except it just mixed up the answers in the multiple choice questions so that I wasn't able to submit my homework the same way as everybody else, even though I'm answering the same questions. Same questions with the same answers. It's just like, instead of it being question 1, answer C, that was question 2, answer D, kind of bullshit like that. So it seemed like a scam. And I think I was ahead of my time there, because I bounced in 2009. And I'm very, I'm happy. You could charge a diagnostic fee. No, you can't, because if you do that, you're a ripoff. And if you don't fix it, then they're mad at you. And then you have lower reviews because of it. Every shop in the area that charges a real diagnostic fee is closer to 3.5, 3 stars, or 4 stars, rather than being 4.5 or 5 stars. And the reason for that is because people get salty when they pay a diagnostic fee and the cost to repair is too high, or they're not able to fix it, but they paid the diagnostic fee anyway. Diagnostic fees make people really, really angry. And when they're angry, they leave bad reviews. When they leave bad reviews, other people see that you have a lower rating and you get less business. When you get less business, you make less money. So the way to make more money in the long term is to not have a diagnostic fee, so that you have more 5-star reviews from more happy customers that will bring in more paying business, that will make more happy customers, that will bring in more paying business, and you get this nice little, I forget the name of what I'm thinking of because I ate shitty food, and it's shitty free food, but it's, I forget the word, but you get the idea. How does this recall these numbers from memory? I don't know. We should make a separate channel for your pet salmon. I don't have a pet fish. When you are going on Rogan? Probably never. CPR can't legally get Apple schematics due to Apple agreement for IRP. Well, that's why I'm not a fucking IRP, because it's not a repair program. Did you buy a house in New Hampshire? No. Why do you have black around your eyes? Because I was born ugly. I don't know. I get that question all the time. Like, I genuinely don't have an answer for it. I don't know. Maybe God said, like, thou shalt not be attractive to woman. Thou shalt have black eyes. Do you have a password manager? I try to avoid using those because I know that with my luck, the one that I choose to use will get hacked. So because I have the ability to memorize things like LP133 WX1 TLC1, the WX2 TLC1 was using the A1278 with an 820-2337 board and has bad black levels, whereas the LP133 WX3 TLA1, 2, 5, and 6, B133 EW04 from AU Electronics, and B133 EW07 were used in the 820-2530 and 820-2879 A1278 MacBook Pros from 2009 to 10 and don't have bad black levels. I know all of my fucking passwords. I have over 100 different websites. Every single one of my passwords is different from the other password, and they're all right up here. But yeah, I forget what I'm saying in the middle of a sentence. I don't know how the fuck my brain works, honestly. I couldn't memorize shit for school. I could never pass tests that were based on memorization of anything. Like, when did this war happen? What was the name of this general? What is this formula in chemistry? I can't remember what I'm talking about in the middle of a sentence, but I remember the distinct, different, complex passwords to over 100 different websites, every single model number, every single chip, every single screen I've ever sold. Seriously, every single laptop screen that Rossmann Supply sold from 2010 through 2014, I could list. I could tell you the laptops they're compatible with. I could tell you the prices I bought them for and the prices I sold them for and the cross-compatible screens. But I can't remember the middle of a sentence. So I don't use a password manager. I use this. And the reason that there's no space in here for anything sort of logical or real thinking is because it's being wasted by bullshit like passwords and model numbers. If public education did not educate me, should I be able to get my property tax money back? That's a rabbit hole. But yeah, I believe a lot of public education, at least the public education that I went to, is absolute garbage. What is your Myers-Briggs classification? I don't buy that stuff. A lot of the questions are questions that have, that they require qualifiers to answer. Like I can't give a real answer to most of the questions in those personality tests. I haven't been keeping up with Apple versus Epic. George Carlin is the GOAT. Yeah, George Carlin is a little too nihilist for my taste sometimes. I like him, but then you can tell that there's a lot of nihilism coming out, and it's not that I don't like him as a comedian. It's just that I have a nihilistic streak from time to time, and I have to defeat it so that there's a purpose to life, so that I actually wind up getting up in the morning and doing anything, and trying. And he has seemingly a very nihilistic streak, so it doesn't go well with me. But he's a very talented comedian. How do you feel about taxing unvaccinated people? Do you think it's a slippery slope, or are people being dramatic? I mean, I think it is. There's a lot of things that are unhealthy or that are bad for you. Do we tax those things? Now, again, I think the idea here is that if you tax people, let's say obesity is harmful to you, but it's not harmful to the society around you. But when it comes to the COVID vaccine, I mean, again, if we were talking about the beginning of it, where it's actually somewhat preventing transmission of things, fine, but it doesn't really seem to be preventing transmission of Omicron to a serious extent. Yeah, if everybody in the room is vaccinated, less chance of transmission, but not by enough to warrant a tax, in my opinion. Been watching you since 2010, broke from approximately net worth of 1 million. That's awesome. Except I think I started making videos in 2012. So if you were watching me from 2010, that means you were probably outside my window. Keep scrolling, keep scrolling. My kitty loves me. I mean Oreo's kitty. I mean Erica's kitty, Oreo. Do you believe in rising sea levels? It seems to be happening. It's a natural response to climate change. Wow. The microphone is blocking Oreo's beautiful little face. Look at that. If only I had a different... Here, let's see, can I... Oreo, stay here so they can see your beautiful face. Here, I'll move the microphone so they can see your face. Oreo, come back up. Oreo.
Sweet mercy.
Oreo. Income tax initially was only to target the rich. I believe that income tax originally only applied to people who were at $3,000 individual, $4,000 or so a year if married, at around 1%, and I think it was 6% if you made over $500,000 a year, but don't quote me on that. Do check it. One of the interesting things that is, if you take a look at the 1920s, I forget the name of the guy. I forget the name. What was it? Damn it! I was in the middle of something. I had a number in my brain. I think they reduced taxes on people that were making about over $100,000 a year, from around 70-something% to 20-something%. And when they did that, the people in that income tax bracket went from paying about 30% of taxes to 60%, and people making under $5,000 a year went from paying about 15% to below 1%. It's very hard to come up with tax policy, because it often the changes you make, it's kind of, cheers from Brazil, thanks for your content. Thank you very much, Igor. It's kind of like trying to keep a ping pong ball down in a bucket of water with one finger. You think if I adjust this variable, then this will happen. But I think if I move my finger to the right, then the ping pong ball that's trying to come up on the right will stop, but then it just tries to come up on another side. Don't look up. You sound like Barry White. That's a good album. They stood it out today in college textbooks. It's crazy. Yeah, it's a fucking scam. I can't engage in any part of that scam. Feedback loop, that's the word I was looking for. Your thoughts on Don't Look Up. The Barry White song? There's a Barry White song. Oh, let's see. Oh, I don't think that's a Barry White song. What am I thinking of? Oh, it's not. Okay, on the album Staying Power, there's a Barry White song called Get Up, not Don't Look Up. But that's a really good Barry White song. Please recruit a militia of techs with no pay so we have a fighting chance when the U.S. goes to civil war in 2030. A new Freemasonry based on right to repair. Preparing for civil war is not exactly my area of expertise, so I don't think I'm the person to do that. Yeah, I don't know what to do there. That's... Why are cats so smug? Because they're cute, and they know they can get away with it. Oreo is adorable. Look at this little Oreo. Wouldn't you be smug if you were this cute? Look at this little Oreo. He's so fucking cute.
Oh, sweet mercy.
What is your favorite cryptid. I don't have a favorite cryptid. I think most of how people deal with cryptocurrency now, it seems like a consensual Ponzi scheme. I always point to this. Yeah, people always get mad when I do this, but this guy just really like embodies it all for me. Bitcoin is a swarm of cyber hornets serving the goddess of wisdom, feeding on the fire of truth, exponentially growing ever smarter, faster, and stronger behind a wall of encrypted energy. Bro, you high. Go home. Go home. Let the DMT out of your system. Why do you have black around your eyes? I really don't know what the answer to that is. I don't know, because God didn't want me to have a date? Like, what the fuck do you want me to answer to that? I don't know why I was born the way I am. Do you like to play chess? No, I suck at chess. I kept losing to my iRiver H340 MP3 player with Rockbox firmware, and I figured if I'm losing to a device with this shitty processor, how do you feel about Hackintoshing? I have no emotions one way or the other about whatever operating system people decide to use in their computer. Look at this cat. Look at this little fucking cat. Isn't he adorable? We tax smokers. Some states have a higher tax on certain foods. We don't have a tax on smokers. We have a tax on cigarettes. It's a tax on a product. It's not a tax on a human. Again, you're talking about the difference between taxing a consumable item that somebody uses versus taxing them for existing, which is a big difference. How long is your business going to last? I don't know. I figured I'd be out of business like 4 or 6 years ago. I'm very surprised that it just continues to go and go and go and go and go. I don't know. NFTs are the next Beanie Babies. It seems like that. Obesity increases the risk of getting COVID. Obesity increases the government healthcare spending, so it affects anyone. It does, but it doesn't affect it in the direct ways, and like you're transferring the disease of obesity to me directly. Thank you, Speedbird. Why do your videos start playing in low quality on my phone? Because you're using an iPhone. You're going to need a dog at some point. Never. What marketable skills do you think a general studies degree gives a student? In my anecdotal, I've only run one business where I've had to really hire people in my life as full-time employees. Opinion, 0. I do not care if you have a general degree. It makes no difference in whether I would consider you over another applicant. It makes no difference in what I would pay you. It does not change the position of the resume in the pile one bit for me when I'm hiring somebody. Like it makes no difference. Actually, it makes one difference. I should take that back. The one difference it makes is that I figure you're going to be somewhat salty about the fact that you spent $40 or $60 or $80 or $120,000 in that piece of paper, and you're going to expect that I compensate you more for the fact that you have that piece of paper. And if I don't, you're going to be salty about it. I've had that experience 3 times, and so I would almost damn near prefer someone that did not go to college.
Oh, sweet mercy.
As long as they have the skill set, I don't really care. But my field is completely different from, what people are going to college for. I have not considered getting into electrical engineering because I'm not an engineer. I don't know. I think you need a brain to do that. I don't think I'm smart enough for that. I could never pass freshman chemistry. I damn near failed pre-calculus. Engineering is not for people who fail chemistry and calculus, I don't know why Randall Smith is making a comment that implies I'm not saying the exact same thing that I was saying. He's like correcting me when I said the exact same thing that he said. I don't understand that at all.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Can you steal Oreo? Maybe. I'm open to it. If you had to choose an unrelated career field, what would you choose? Follow-up, why? Counselor, maybe? I don't know. I think a lot of people lie to themselves, and I think it's interesting to be able to point out when people lie to themselves. Wes has gone off the deep end.
Oh, sweet mercy.
I started a micro business, building and selling mechanical boards to fund my own keyboard addiction while being a broke university student. Feels good. I'm glad. You don't need as much to start many businesses as people say. Crypt ID, not crypto. Well, again, I don't know what that is, so you asked the wrong person. I think they mean crypt ID is in masters. Okay, that's two words I don't know. I don't know what cryptid is, and I don't know what masters is. I don't know. You're asking the wrong person that question. Cryptid. Loch Ness, Yeti. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that is, man. You're asking the wrong person. I'm going to scroll past these 3 pages of comments because they're all about some shit that I have no idea what it is. EU people, please fill out the EU survey and right to repair. Post it in the chat. The thing with... What was I saying? I forgot what I was talking. The stock market is not a consensual Ponzi scheme to the extent that you're purchasing a piece of a company. Like you own a piece of a company that actually creates something. You know, if you buy Exxon... You own a portion of a company that creates oil, gas, energy. You know, if you buy a piece of Amazon, again, like they own something.
Oh, sweet mercy. Like
somebody literally just poops a cryptocurrency out of their asshole. And then, like, it's not, even the dollar, again, many problems that it's currency. Many problems with the giant expansions of the money supply in short periods because it requires I get up to plug it in and Oreos on my lap. So if I get up, I'm going to disappoint him. You know, and but you could say it's based on the U.S. economy. There's something that when somebody like just pulls a crypto out of their ass and like that says this is based on nothing, you can't trade it for anything. It's really just based on people hoping that if I buy this, it will go up because there's a bigger fool.
Sweet mercy.
Thoughts on First Amendment auditors? I believe in what they are doing. It doesn't excuse the fact that 95% of them that I've seen act like complete and utter assholes. Again, if somebody's just standing outside of my building filming into my window, like I'm going to go outside there and ask why and engage with them a little bit. And a lot of them really don't seem to understand, at least the ones that I've watched, they don't seem to understand that it's just not something people are used to. Like if you go outside a business after it's closed and you're just standing there in the middle when there's nobody else there and just doing this, like, that's going to seem kind of weird. I mean, so they're going to go out and they're going to ask questions. They're going to poke around a little bit. And invest in a snowblower for New Hampshire home. So far, what I do with four-wheel drive is I just keep driving over the snow instead of shoveling it, which I really shouldn't do. I shouldn't fucking do that. But that was the lazy thing. Would you still consider moving to Texas? I'm not sure. That really did a lot, Josh. Essentially, the problem is, again, it's not about left versus right. It's about whether or not a government is willing to be open to when they have a problem versus blame it on something else, regardless of what the left-wing versus the right-wing version of that is. And the power outage shit, when they started blaming it on green energy when Iowa has temperatures 20 to 30 degrees below Texas and has no problems like that, it seemed like you don't want to admit when something went wrong. What is the best smartphone to get? I don't know. It's like a fashion statement nowadays. Do you really need the newest smartphone? I have an S10e. It's just fine. Stop spamming the same question, Chris S. It's very annoying. There are 870 people all talking in here, so I can't, and it only makes it more difficult for me to read other people's questions and stuff that they say when one person keeps copying and pasting the same shit over and over again, especially when the system doesn't allow me to see chat past a certain point. So if you copy and paste over and over, you out. You'd be surprised. It's Windows X7. Do you like and support marijuana? I don't like marijuana and I don't support it, but if you want to do it, then you do you. I don't really give a shit what you do with your life. If you want to smoke it, if you want to buy it, if you want to sell it, it's really not my business. And it really shouldn't matter to you whether I support what you're doing or whether I like something that you're using, you know? I don't like marijuana, but I don't really care what you do with your own life. That's all. That's on you. It's not my business. And frankly, it shouldn't be my business. I would, Vadim. I would.
Mercy.
I went into the arts to skip chemistry, biology, etc. Then I went to engineering for college. It's doable if anybody wants to skip the BS courses. Wait, what was the... You went to arts to skip chemistry, biology, then into engineering for college. How do you skip chemistry or biology if you want an engineering? So did you get the engineering degree after the art degree and manage to skip over to the basics? Open an auto repair so I can work for you. I don't know how to fix automobiles. I know how to replace brake pads in my bicycle. Oh, okay, Randall Smith. My bad. I'm sorry. I apologize, Randall Smith. My bad. My misunderstanding. You think 50K is enough to start a business, specifically one like yours? I started mine with $268. Listen, obviously, I didn't have all the things I had now. It was most certainly not ideal. Bro, 50K is more than enough to get into this. This is literally... People think to start a business that you need a giant office and 5 employees and a uniform and a sign and blah-de-blah-de. Bro, here's what you do to start a business. You go on Craigslist, you go on Kijiji, classified ads, back page, you post what it is you're going to do. You go to all the places in your town where people are, and you hang pull tab signs with your cell phone number on it that say what you do, what the price is. Oreo, stop getting your damn claw stuck on my shirt. You shouldn't be clawing my shirt. That's karma for you, you little kitty. Shouldn't be doing that, you little kitty. And that's what you do. You don't need 50K. You don't need 5K. You don't need $500. You need to start. Go. All you need is the bare minimum necessary to be able to do the work that you want to do. Now, again, if you want to start a business, doing some sort of, cement or concrete shit, you're going to need trucks and the stuff that, I forget what you call the truck that has the turning cement thing in it. But you obviously then you're going to need some more money. But something like this, I mean, you could start this with a few $100 then. What about it, Random NJ? What about it? I have some piece of salad stuck in my molar from that meal. How do you deal with third-party repair on vehicles that utilize first-party self-driving when the company has a lot of liability? That's an excellent question for somebody who works on cars. I would ask Rich Rebuilds that question. When industry finally reaches out to you to make right to repair deal, would you accept a deal that makes third-party repair viable but does not help the end user who wants to make do-it-yourself repairs? Well, A...
Oh, sweet mercy.
That is 100% correct, Undercover Victini. And you get started doing it. So Shodanex... A, they're never going to come out with a deal that is good for us. I know that probably sounds very black-pilled, but again, the IRP program, Microsoft's offerings, everybody else's, it's made it very obvious that they're never going to come to us with something that's useful. Ever. IRP program made that very fucking clear. So I don't believe that would ever happen. But if they did come to a deal that made third-party repair viable for us, but not for you... My gut feeling is I'd say no.
Oh, sweet mercy.
I saw the Olive Garden video. People didn't get the Rich Rebuilds jokes. Hope the food is better in New Hampshire. What's your favorite food? My favorite food ever was a Lucha Lucha burrito, but Lucha Lucha's been closed for 3 years. Wait a sec. I clicked the wrong person. Damn it. Oh well. Sorry about that. Restream chat actually only allows you to ban, not unban. That sucks. I like Alice in Chains and Earth, Wind, and Fire, called J Mantras. Little Oreo. Little kitty. Is there any difference between a desktop graphics card and a laptop graphics card? I imagine that the chip itself is... I don't know, to be honest with you. I don't know. Zell out, come on. You should be able to read it. Why do you complain so much, Great Shooter? Is he not reading? No, I'm reading right now. What do you think I'm staring at? Porn? Let's see. Have you been to Olive Garden at Times Square? I was never to Olive Garden besides that one time, and I will never go again. Can you cook? Badly. Very badly. My dad was a chef at the Plaza Hotel, Club Quarters in Midtown Manhattan, first cook at the Plaza. That gene did not come down to me.
Oh, sweet mercy.
If bathrooms aren't provided by the government, shitting in the streets, if you can't, and find one shouldn't be illegal. Well, it's not shitting, it's the problem, because you don't shit very often. You piss very often, and the problem in a lot of places is that there's nobody to, there's no place to pee. My friend in car repair had to explain to a customer who was, they needed, oh God, okay, I'm not, that's a mess. Not getting into that.
Oh, sweet mercy.
I suggest you look into Sam Zalouf's YouTube. He has gotten interesting videos where he makes chips using lithography. I'll take a look, but I can't take a look right now. But I'll take a look. What is your New Hampshire, New York strategy? I don't know. I don't have a strategy. I don't have one. I'm a nomad. You can pee anywhere. I think that's only in San Francisco. Here we go. I caught up. The Olive Garden in Times Square is the reason why in Times Square they have mandatory requirement for tips. EU tourists weren't tipping them.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Watch the presentation on YouTube called Joanna Rutkowska towards reasonably trustworthy x86 laptop. She's the founder of Cubes OS, extremely smart talk on computer privacy. I can't watch that right now, unfortunately, because I won't be able to answer anybody's chat, but I will make a note to take a look at it later. Thank you, person with a bunch of random numbers. Are you looking for a storefront in Brooklyn? You know, that's not exactly where I'd be looking for a store. I don't think Brooklyn is where. It's not really tipping if it's mandatory tipping. It's just you have to just raise your price at that point.
Sweet mercy.
Do you think electric cars will settle technology, or is it a stepping stone until we find out something like hydrogen fuel cell? I don't know if hydrogen fuel cell is going to be going anywhere. I think electric car with superior technology batteries down the line. I think have you ever farted on video? Not that I recall, but I don't make loud ones. I usually do silent but deadlies, so I wouldn't know, and the people around me would never know, and neither would you. In the future, just the same way that we're able to pull and extract the color information from a black and white video right now that was made in the 30s, in the future, once you can extract smell information from a video or a live stream, you'll be able to tell if I did a silent but deadly. Can you crash Vegan Gains live stream and challenge him to a debate to take off your shirt to revitalize WWE? Like, what the fuck? Bro, you just wasted $1, man. You wasted $1. Was overall quality of life better before computers and cell phones? I don't think so. I just think that people seem to assume that the past is always considerably better than it actually was.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Have you ever... I answered that one. I don't have an opinion on solid-state batteries. Did you hire someone to make your thumbnails? Yes, Adit, who is in my chat. He is doing a quality job of thumbnails. Those are not mine. I mean, you could tell very obviously which thumbnails are mine and which ones are his. My repair shop will never be publicly traded because nobody would ever want to own a piece of that shit business. Don't fart, murder Oreo. Oreo is adorable. Look at this cat. Look at this little cat. Look at him. Look at how cute he is. He's adorable. Ow, Oreo. Get your freaking claw off of there, Oreo. No claws. Oreo. Oreo. No claws. No. You go upside down now. No claw. You smelly little Oreo cat. What happened when your bike battery caught fire? The firefighter or police questioned you. Nope. They put it out and they drove away.
Oh, sweet mercy.
That's why Mr. Clinton jumps off. That's how we know you fart. I don't think he can tell. What are your thoughts on smaller nuclear reactors and / or liquid metal reactors? I'm not against nuclear as long as it's done using modern technology rather than 20 or 40 or 60-year-old implementations. I think that's the only way you're getting to true green energy in a fast enough time period to make it viable. Have you considered franchising your business? I have not, because it would destroy the quality of it for a minimal gain. I don't think the amount of money that somebody would pay to be able to say, I'm a franchise of Rossmann Repair, will be worth it to me for the loss in quality of the brand that will immediately show up right after. Like, remember that guy that said, I can't fix an A1398 with no backlight? That's CPR. I haven't, like, can you respect the place that says I can't fix a no backlight A1398? You know, that's a joke. I don't know how to build a car, so probably never. I'm probably never going to build a car because I don't know how to build a car. And if I did build a car, I'm sure the people inside of it would probably not be happy when it falls apart on the road or something like that. But I appreciate the suggestion. Franchising is not something I see myself doing. The thing is, again, no, I don't want to debate somebody on veganism. That's boring. I don't find, there's no interest in the topic. I have no desire to waste time, like, trolling somebody else's live stream. That's like, no. You wasted $2 now. Oreo, you with your little nails, Oreo. Oreo. Come here, Oreo. Ugh. Ban cars in New York City. Cars are a pain in the ass, but if they do that, they got to get rid of all these fucking e-bike restrictions. We talked to Kyle Kalinske on his podcast. If he wants to talk about right to repair, then sure. I think I talked about right to repair with Sam Cedar already. Is your messy apartment background just a green screen? Nope. You day trade stocks? No. Surprised by Olive Garden. I made $256 an hour. As a server there in college, Olive Garden sucks. You plan on growing your business somehow? Nope. I tried doing that 2 years ago. I fucked myself. Wound up almost 100K in debt. Almost destroyed it. No, thank you. Fuck that. Every time I try to grow my business or start a new one, I fuck it up. Your cat Blackberry is curvy and cute. She is cute. I love my little Blackberry. My little Blackberry loves me. If Elon or Tesla made a repairable laptop, would you fix them? Yeah, why not?
Oh, sweet mercy.
Just repaired my mechanical keyboard, and now Pandora's box is opened. Ayo. How stupid of an idea would it be to swap out the switches? Ayo. Ayo? How stupid of an idea would it be to swap out the switches? I don't know. I think you may, if you don't have experience doing that, you may end up with a keyboard that doesn't work at all. But if you repaired your keyboard, that means you probably have experience doing it, so you won't break it. How similar do donor boards have to be? Same year and model, same CPU RAM? It depends on the donor. So, for instance, an 820-3437 has 99% the same chips as an 820-00165. I don't want to make a TikTok account. I don't see the benefit in it. Well, what's the upside of making a TikTok account? Oreo, don't you claw me. Oreo, look at me. If you want off, you can say that you want off, and then I'll put you down. But you can't scratch me anymore, Oreo. You have to be a good Oreo. Mwah. Send you back to Hawaii with your mom. Also, oh my gosh. shut up. Jesus Christ.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Would you consider doing a video series about building an electric bike? I ask because you're always encouraging people to do so, but I'm wondering how many people know how. Probably not. Probably not. I'm not a great mechanic. So there's people out there that probably know how to make videos and how to do that are way better than mine. So I would not do that. I would just get roasted by everybody who does it already. For me, like, I'm not a professional at making e-bikes. I'm not a professional. It's my hobby. And I just don't feel like being roasted over my hobby.
Mercy.
Like, it's my hobby. I enjoy my hobby from time to time. I don't feel like being roasted over my hobby. So probably no. Because then I'd hate my hobby. And I don't want to hate my hobby. But I know I'd hate my hobby if I put it on YouTube. What do you think about the new Home Depot anti-theft scheme where they can remotely break your power tools if they can't verify you didn't steal it? Well, the first thing I'd want to do is verify if that's actually true or if that's a sensationalized version of reality. Because 99% of the time, I've noticed this nowadays, when somebody says, what do you think of X? X is a sensationalized version of reality that has nothing to do with actual reality.
Oh,
So let's
sweet
see.
mercy.
Okay, now it's getting to 6 lines. Whoa. Centricity recently said I'd void my $300 warranty if I remove my bloated laptop battery for my own safety since I don't have the time to spend it out for a month for a replacement. The repair center is 5 minutes from my house, but I'm not allowed to go there. I would do a video on that. I would show what the battery looks like, and I would show their email so that as many people know as possible. But I've also never heard of Centricity. Let's see, what is Centricity? Centricity is a brand of healthcare IT software systems from GTE Healthcare. I don't know. I would do a video on it, to be honest with you.
Sweet mercy.
Ecliptic Silver Fox funded $199. Thank you. So let's look up the Home Depot thing. Let's take a look at this Home Depot thing. Home Depot theft. Okay, do we have... What's a trusted source here? What's trustworthy? CNBC is bare... Nah, that's old. Okay, what do we have? Inside Edition. I don't know if I can trust Inside Edition. Let's see. Home Depot gave Inside Edition an exclusive look at the company's latest crime-fighting technology, including a shopping cart with wheels that lock if you don't pay for some of the items. Blah, blah.
Sweet mercy.
Opinions on the criminalization of... I'm sorry. Sometimes people ask questions that are actually useful, and I want to look into them, and I can't read stupid shit, because if I read stupid shit, then I won't get the things that are actually interesting. So if you say something that's insanely stupid, I will let it be known now that you have pissed away your funds. Expensive items are getting locked, and there are more surveillance cameras, and okay, that makes sense. Again, the whole thing with the shopping cart thing kind of makes sense. We want people to know the value in their work.
Mercy.
I think TikTok might get right to repair message to a lot of people, especially if you package a small, informative video. I'm not really good at packaging that, though. Like, again, if somebody else wants to do it, I have no problem with somebody else doing it. It's just that whole thing of making really hyper short, entertaining video. Like, it's just not my platform. Like, the way that people utilize, TikTok and Instagram stories, where they're like, and like they're pointing to little fucking random shit that shows up on the screen and stuff like that, and they're like moving words around. It's kind of, how about this? I don't know. It's like asking a flute player to draw the Mona Lisa. It's like I play the flute. I don't know how to draw the Mona Lisa. The Home Depot thief video, Inside Edition, is completely fake news. I wouldn't be surprised. Tesla still hasn't delivered the Cybertruck. Well, there's a lot of things they don't deliver that they promise. I mean, it's Tesla. IO invite you over. If people use acronyms, they're wasting their time with me. I really, there's no reason to use ridiculous acronyms. Just say the words. Let's see. I like your OnlyFans page. Thank you. Thoughts on Linus Sebastian? He exists. Framework modular laptops. They exist. I like them. I hope the best to Linus and his family and his company, and I hope the best of the people that run Framework. I like my Framework while I had it. Home Depot has a major theft issue. Lots of places have major theft issues. Considering your business is in New York, what made you choose New Hampshire? Skipping Connecticut? Fuck that. Massachusetts? Fuck that. Upstate New York? Double fuck that. Yeah, that's that. No. I don't want to go to some place that is too similar to where I am now. I'll leave it at that. What are his thoughts on the updated Framework laptop? I don't have any updated thoughts. There are no updates to my thoughts. My thoughts are the same as they were before. No new version, no patches. Who do you think is the best computer OEM and why? I have a level of respect for Lenovo just for the fact that they make a really, 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 really durable set of machines. Like the T-Series ThinkPads, the P-Series, the X-Series. I have a level of respect for how difficult it is to break those. I will see you're not going to really tell if Framework is in that same category until they've been around for a few years. Because you don't really know about this until... I spoke with April about her Tesla with no brake. I think she's going to get her money back. Awesome. With no brake, what do you mean by no brake? Hopefully you gave her some advice on how she can get them to buy the thing back from her so that she can use her money on another car that has brakes. Oh, you mean no brake, AKE. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Oh, sweet mercy.
How many carbs are too many? An amount that makes you feel bloated. This many. I don't know. Carbs make me feel horribly bloated, so I've been cutting them out as much as I can. I have, Pond, but I want to read up on it because 99% of the time that people present me this stuff, it's sensationalized and not true. What's your opinion on new mask mandates when letting Omicron spread makes more sense to potentially end the pandemic? There's a difference between masks working and mask mandates working. Like, masks can work. It's just mask mandates result in people wearing them below their nose or on their chin or wearing a piece of cloth. And, like, it even in the bluest areas of the United States.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Job searching will be moving. What state should I stay away from? I don't know. Obviously, I have my reasons for saying avoid New York. I would avoid Louisiana for reasons that I'm not open to discussing at this particular point in time. But yeah, that's that. I would avoid New York and I'd avoid Louisiana. What am I missing? Why wait, Bloodlivist? I can't wait. Don't move to Arizona. I've never been to Arizona. Are you looking to move the business?
Oh, sweet mercy.
At some point, yes. Where is... I don't know yet. You should consider getting security system for all places. Maybe. I didn't. I commented on that video, GamerBro TV. SWA is bad until we get reassurance on future water situation. SWA? SWA? You mean like Microsoft Bob? Rafflecopter? SWA, SWA, SWA.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Is your electric bicycle required to have license to ride? Nope. I don't even think it's legal with a license. Because there is no license for it. That doesn't stop me. Did you hear about Razer's Zephyr mask getting exposed for falsifying N95 claims? I haven't. I didn't even know Razer made masks. I thought they made mediocre computers. Let's see.
Oh, sweet mercy.
I don't know. I never liked Razer. As a struggling college student, seeing what you've done with your business definitely inspires some confidence for the future. All the best. Avoid all the stupid things that I've done. Avoid all the bad things I've done, of which there are many. Like Nebraska, I know property taxes are high, but the house value is low. You brought up Microsoft Bob. If anybody doesn't know, look it up. I love Microsoft Bob. What's your opinion on California's universal health care? I wish them the best of luck with their initiative. I think the idea that they're trying to go for there is for people to stop ending up in emergency rooms where it winds up costing them more. I don't know if that's going to work. One way to find out. It's the beauty of having separate states in America. You get to see which approaches will work and which approaches don't. I repaired lots of Roadster and Model S battery modules. The original version of these batteries don't last. Third-party aftermarket will grow. Well, I watched Gruber Motors' take on it, and his was that building a replacement battery pack was not economically viable given the price that Tesla was actually selling them for and refurbishing them for. That just for them to build it from the ground up, there would be zero profit margin for them. So I don't know how that's going to work. Do you think you'd move somewhere rural or a city life ingrained in your DNA? The reason I ask is I don't think I can move to a city without going insane from lack of trees. I don't know. I honestly don't know. That's kind of why I'm exploring and checking other places out. Would you consider collaborating with other YouTubers the way to get the right word out on right to repair? Yeah, I emailed a bunch of people back in March, April, and May, and June, and I heard back from about 5% of the people that I emailed, to be honest with you. So I'm not really great with collaborations, but I think I've done as much as I'm going to be able to do on YouTube or like with collaborations as antisocial as I am. Like getting, Marquez Brownlee and Linus to talk about it is pretty much as good as it gets, I think. Are you going to look into a firearm or concealed carry permit? I went over this in the beginning. I don't want to discuss specifics about that for obvious reasons, but that's it. It's a work in there's a plan and a work in progress. What music plays in the shop? Whatever people have on their headphones. People love hating on me for getting a Razer laptop, but they're never willing to accept my explanation. I don't really care what your explanation is. That's the thing. Like, you don't need me to approve of your purchase. It doesn't matter. Like, if it does what you want it to do, then spend your money the way you want to spend it. I don't really care. Like, you don't need to justify your purchase to me or anybody else. The only person you need to justify your purchase to is you. And if you made a purchase and at the end of the day you realize you made the wrong purchase, then don't justify it to yourself by making shit up that's not true. That's how you become one of the stans or the fanboys. You just say, I thought this was the case at the time. This is what I was looking for. This is why I dealt with it, and I was wrong. But I don't really care why you choose to buy something. It's really not my business. People make fun of Microsoft Bob, but few have actually used it. It was pretty cool. A nice break from Explorer.exe. Microsoft Bob was the shit. Lewis, if you move the business, would you leave your original one open and operate 2 stores? Fuck no. It makes no fucking sense at all. Absolutely not. If I had a small store in New York City, yes. I have a store that costs $13,000. It makes no fucking sense. This entire store is carried by the fact that more business is mail-in than walk-in. If you take the mail-in business out of this location, it goes from treading water to just complete shit. So people have said, if you move outside of New York, why wouldn't you keep a location open here for people who don't want to move? That's 5 lines. Fuckity. Lenovo has a whitelist of Wi-Fi wireless WAN cards that they allow in their machines. I have had ThinkPad since it was called IBM up until my T30s, 430s. HPs are prone to failure. Dells are not bad in the higher ends. I like my ThinkPad. HP, everything besides the ProBook for me has been shit. Dell low end is usually shit, but the Latitude and the Precision is a good one. I don't know about the XPS. What I like... There's no way in people have asked, well, if you move the business outside New York City, why don't you keep a small shop open in New York City just for the people who can't move? I can't. This store is $13,000. If I move the mail-in part out of it, then it goes from treading water to losing money. And I'm like, no, it's not. And I can't get a smaller shop because nobody wants to rent out a smaller location for less than this. What is your opinion on EV mandates? If the government mandates it too quickly, will it hurt the economy? I think that instead of having a mandate for electric vehicles, that you should figure out how to make them more affordable first, because like you have to make the case that they're genuinely better versus just mandate. You can't mandate your way into something being widespread like that, especially when viable electric vehicles for long road trips cost like $45,000 or $50,000 or $40,000. It's not even about ruining the economy. You're just gonna piss a lot of people off and create a lot of conflict. Get a camera in your house just in case someone breaks in and joyful your flowers. You can sell the footage afterwards. Something to consider. When are you going on Rohan? Who is Rohan? Do you enforce vax mandates at your business? I do not. I have a 100% vaccination rate. I used to have a 99% vaccination rate, but the guy who wasn't vaccinated showed up late every single day and then decided to start cursing out 3 other people here and talking about how he's going to fuck them up in front of customers. I would have more than happily accepted every single city fine. I would have fought to keep him employed. I would have, would have told de Blasio and Eric Adams and all of them to go fuck themselves. You can shut me down before I'm firing this person. I will not let somebody go because of a vaccine mandate. I refuse to do that. And I refuse to tell people they can't come into our store because of any sort of vaccine mandate, although that doesn't exist yet. Only employer one does. But showing up late every day, offering to fuck up the other employees in front of customers while they're within earshot, that's a bridge too far. So I have a 100% vaccination rate, but if somebody here were not vaccinated, I do not care. Go back to the New York City mask mandates video and look at the... Oh, that's the same question. I'm currently using Razer headphones. I'm disappointed in them. Yeah, Razer in general as a brand is disappointing to me. Do you see a fully waterproof phone made just for mass market? I mean, how waterproof do you need it to be? Like, I've accidentally taken my S10e into the ocean before and gone swimming with it, and it still works. Can I pay for repair in Olive Garden gift cards? No, you cannot. Olive Garden is a dump. Disgrace on Dell. Mom brought a high-end Dell. Within 2 years, an M2 drive died and graphics card is failing. Well, I mean, the M2 drive isn't really necessarily... Like, how much of that is their fault? Is Dell manufacturing that? That's probably a Samsung drive or a Toshiba drive or, it's a Crucial or a Micron or something. The graphics card 2060S, that probably has to do with the cooling. But the drive dying, that's just... I think that's just shit luck. If most of your business is mail-in, why have a storefront? Wouldn't a couple of kiosks that takes in laptops with a much cheaper non-retail workspace? No. Well, I would have to find a space that cost considerably less money that only took in mail-in, and that doesn't exist. At least in this town, which is why I'm looking for another town. Past years have shown you can do a lot with mandates. Can you? Like, really? You can? Okay, when you walk around New York City, is everybody not wearing their mask as a chin bra? Are people not taking the fucking receipt from their Grubhub order and showing it when the bartender goes, I need to check your vaccine card? Like, yeah, come on.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Do you really have an OnlyFans? I do. It's on my YouTube page. If you look on youtube.com/Rossmann Group and all the little icons, you got the icons for my website. And then you got an icon for the OnlyFans. Oh, yes, I do. I do have an OnlyFans. Yeah, that's... It's a quality one, too. You have to click on it from my YouTube page, though.
Oh, sweet mercy.
So you would hire an unvaxxed, right? I don't know. If they could do the job, sure. I don't care. I share your distrust of the IRS. However, the tax company lobbyists are much to blame for making it harder to find out how much tax people need to pay. I wouldn't be surprised, but I don't know. Provide a citation. No need for a vaccine mandate as long as you... Oh, that's pretty good. Can't read the rest of that. I think S10e is water resistant, not waterproof. And feel that shame, Dylan. Feel that shame. Would it be stupid to buy an iPhone? I've had awful luck with my Samsung and my Pixel 6. If it does what you need it to do at the price point that you're willing to pay, then it's not. I feel that you are off on your take on these new programs. In fact, I think that we would never have had an Apple IRP program had it not been for repair folks like you. Complain more and they start to cave in every time. Yeah, but the IRP program is a joke. The IRP program sucks. The IRP program is a piece of shit. You can't buy anything that you need with it. Can I buy a CD3217, ISO 9240, schematic, diagram, board view, LCD cell only, not the entire fucking display assembly that's completely not economically viable to actually fix for any fucking customer. LCD cell by itself, can I get that? Can I get the keyboard by itself without the whole top case? Can I buy a charge port to an iPhone? The IRP program is a steaming sack of shit. It is garbage. I'm not even considering that to be a half step or like, look, at least you got 50% of what you. No, it's trash. It's absolute fucking trash. Somebody before said I can't do a no backlight repair on an A1398. That was a store that is run by a firm that is an IRP. Like they literally can't have schematics in their store. It's garbage. No Grover motors isn't always accurate. They asked me to learn how to recover fixed battery packs. They are always still learning, but still are behind. OEM battery cost is lower than most think it is. Is it? Again, I think $2 a cell for a quality cell is still pretty fucking cheap. Look what happened with the iPhone 13 that we're going to make it where you can't even change the screen. Yeah, but like again, it's kind of like they're literally taking away everything and then giving you back 5%. It's not a win. What are they not accurate about I Love Scotch? Give a citation of what they got wrong.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Thank you for the $1 many X's. You accept furry Jesus. What the fuck is that? I fell for it. I was going to make it goatsy, but I figured I didn't want to push buttons on YouTube that far. But I was going to make it the OnlyFans link goatsy. What are your must-have features for a phone? Say your S10 stopped working. I've gotten really, really spoiled by the fingerprint sensor. So fingerprint sensor is a must for me now. Headphone jack so that I could plug in my microphone. Although admittedly, I got to fix this microphone. I don't know if it's the microphone or the headphone jack in the phone that's fucked up, but this is crackling now. But I got my little shotgun microphone for when I do streams or videos on the go. It has to have a micro SD card slot. It's got to fit in my hand. If it doesn't fit in my hand, I'm not paying money for it. I hope you're not nude or dancing trendy songs in your OnlyFans. I'm not. You should check out my OnlyFans, though. It's on youtube.com/Rossmann Group. There's a little icon. Where can we learn how to fix this other than watching your channels? Watch STS Telecom's channel. Watch VCC Board Repair's channel. Watch Tim Herman's channel at TCRS Circuit. Watch Dessa Jones's channel at iPad Rehab. Watch Paul Daniels' channel at youtube.com/19PLD73. Maybe not Paul Daniels' channel. You can't trust Paul Daniels. But, I don't know. Sometimes you can trust Paul Daniels. Why is half your title missing? It's not missing. You're just not reading it. What do you say to people who just say Apple Care when you bring up right to repair? It's not an answer. It's a crappy insurance system. Well, I have a thing on my website. Again, I don't know how relevant this is now because things are always changing. But I went over what it cost with Apple Care versus what it costs. Here we go. Does Apple cover water damage repair? Let's see. Again, I made this page like 3 years ago, so I don't know how accurate this is nowadays.
Oh, sweet mercy.
And what are your thoughts on SSD manufacturers' brands advertising a certain capacity but delivering below even before formatting? I purchased what I thought was 8 terabyte NVMe, but it turned out to be 7.45 terabytes. Isn't there some math thing that makes that normal? Like, again, I'm not smart enough to recognize this, but like every time I've gotten a drive, it's not the exact size that it claims it is after you format it. It's always been something less because it's a math thing. It depends on how much it's off by, I think. Also, I've never heard of Inland. I imagine if you were buying from some random no-name brand that you're kind of getting what you pay for.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Okay, I'm not going to get to answer that question, I think. Citation, TurboTax's 20-year fight to stop Americans from filing their taxes for free by ProPublica. ProPublica is actually a good news source, so I will check that out. Yeah, I am more inclined to believe you once I read that source, because that ProPublica does some really good investigative research with actual citations for everything. So Apple, again, keyboard, $150 to $350. Apple Care Plus, this is the price. Trackpad, again, you have to consider, because this would be considered liquid damage, which is other damage. So for so many different issues, you wind up paying more money with Apple Care than here. I don't know if they've changed this in the past few years, but that was AppleCare Plus back then. So what right to repair is about is more than just like, why is it one company gets the ability to choose what you fix? Clinton doesn't like greenies anymore. He literally, I don't know if he's mad because I went away or because there was so much more dry food available that he just doesn't want greenies. I typically embezzle the money anyway. I don't give the money to Clinton because, I give it to Clinton. But yeah, like, saying, well, look, no, you don't understand. I have a plan for you to fix things only through me, so you don't need right to repair. No, the idea is to have other people. The rocking chair is back there. I moved it so that I could eat dinner. It's not about just one company being able to do repair. It's not about one company being able to choose who does the repair and at what price. It's about the freedom for you to be able to do it and the freedom for others to be able to do it. That's not a fix. I prefer IAMs usually. Piss. Cat piss. For two reasons. A, the obvious that it usually sucks. But, I mean, it's going to smell like shit. But B, the type of person that has a cat that pisses on their stuff probably mistreats the cat. And they tend to be really bad customers. And I imagine for the same reason that their cat pissed on their stuff, because they're typically bad people. If you're willing to mistreat an animal to the point that it pisses on your computer, you're probably the type of person that's going to be mean to the receptionist or customer service at my store. That's been my finding almost every single time. And I don't think that's a coincidence. I don't think it's a coincidence that somebody that has a laptop that's been pissed on is also consistently the people who are assholes to my to the customer service people. You should upload videos of fixing heatsink fans on your OnlyFans. I don't fix fans. I throw them away and I replace them. It's right there. No, you read it. It's an emoji. It's an emoji.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Gil is using a lot of punctuation for no reason. Well, for example, they claim on their videos they developed a process to recover a near-dead pack. But yet in their video, they're using one of my recovery PCBs I sent them and how to use it. So did they develop it or not? Well, one of the things that when they said we've come up with a special proprietary way to figure out which cell in the pack is bad, it's like, bro, you're using a thermal cam. Come on. The one thing I didn't like about that video from Gruber, and I think they seem like nice enough people, is when they said we've come up with the specific proprietary way to figure out which cell in the pack is failing. Share it. I mean, this is YouTube. This is not this is not like, YouTube is not made for your 20-second website advertisements where you don't give away information. The whole point here is to share. But come on, like, you can tell the world you're using a thermal camera or something. The secret truth, all of Lewis's charity money goes to his cat, who then goes to fight the real repair fight out of sight of any authority. There is a reason Tim Cook may look a little more nervous in some of his public appearances. Would you still feel moving was a bad idea if COVID in Eugene didn't happen? Probably less, but I'm not interested in expanding or doing any sort of thing that requires more investment, because I shot my shot, I failed, I'm not willing to shoot another shot, and then that shot fail, and then I'm bankrupt. Like, there's only so many shots that you can shoot before you're bankrupt if they fail. You only get a certain amount of failures. No Oreo coin. Oreo is not the best cat, but he's not such a scam that I'm going to name a cryptocurrency after him. Don't know what that means. King, whatever, really long name that's not really easy to read. I'd love to get a schematic with everything. After going to school for electrical engineering, I could definitely probe a circuit and figure out the problem. Finding the part is another issue. Tell me about it. Clinton makes artwork to launder Lewis's money. If that's what you want to call him pooping on the floor from time to time when he's protesting me. Sometimes if I don't pet him, he'll actually go to the litter box with clean litter. Like, Mr. cleaned out the litter box, made it perfect, new litter and everything. He'll just shit right outside of it sometimes because he's mad at me. He doesn't piss on my stuff, though, which I appreciate. I did not hear about that. Also, I don't know how I'm supposed to engage with you because you do not have a username. So I can't actually respond to you. I don't know, Mark. I don't know. This is an A5400 Darkwing. Is there a trick to attaching test pads without soldering? Not through hole, but pads in the board. I got pogo pins, but it seems like they're not like they're for through holes. I don't have a trick. I don't know. I just solder. I don't know why you're trying to do it without solder. I don't have a trick. My trick is I use solder. Would you ever work as an employee for someone else? Yes. What would be the conditions? I feel like my work has a sense of purpose, and I'm making a good amount of money for doing what I'm doing. Dyson pissed me off. They claimed they invented a new digital motor when all they did was copy the brushless motor tech that was developed by the RC planes and drone industry. Sonny got me a Dyson vacuum as a gift. You need to post your relationship status with New Hampshire. No, I don't. I don't know, Rocket. I'm a nomad. I can't answer questions like that. I do not have a. It's too early. This is a Sony A5100. Don't really have any of the animeist. It seems, I don't know, it's kind of like asking what do you think about water being wet and not having lead in it. Why New Hampshire? Why not Florida, Texas? New Hampshire is close enough. Well, it's close enough that if I want to come and check in on my store and see how things are doing, I could do it. But it's far enough away that it's not like New York in many ways. Florida is very far away. So if I wanted to check in on how the store is doing, that would be difficult. Florida is definitely still on the list as a place I'd like to consider to move to. It's definitely still on the list. I haven't really made it. I haven't moved yet. I rented an apartment so that I could spend time there to figure out if I want to purchase a house there or not, based on whether or not I like it. Texas, no, because the whole thing with their power last year, they were not willing to admit what the actual problem was, and they wanted a scapegoat for it. And I already lived in a state that scapegoats other things for its problems, and I'm not interested in moving to a place that was doing that. My secret is that I taught them is using an expensive voltmeter 6-digit, then measure. What? The secret that I taught them is using an expensive voltmeter 6 digits, then measure the voltage across bond wire for use on each cell. Bad cells will show voltage across the bond wire. You seem to be somewhat aggravated that they did not publicly give you credit for developing a method. And I can understand that. I think that you should make your own content where you talk about this on YouTube. I think that it would be cathartic for you.
Mercy.
Video showing the laggy screen on the Model X was hilarious. Yeah. If any of you are interested, my other channel, the Random Live channel, is more of my shitposting channels where I post a lot of stuff like that. Where do you think electric cars would truly be affordable? I'm interested in buying one in a couple of years, but I'm unsure. It feels like Tesla's the only viable option. I'm not a huge fan of them. Honestly, I think 2032 to 2035. The first thing that has to get built up is a charging infrastructure. And everybody who talks about Electrify America and EV Go, half of those things don't even fucking work. And the people that when you call up, they can't even figure out how to make the thing work. They don't really care to. Tesla's charging network is the only one that's kind of... Thought you might find this interesting. GM has a competition for universities, colleges called EcoCar, where they provide a car to be converted into some kind of EV hybrid. On my school's team, and it provides a great repair learning experience. That sounds cool. And that's the type of thing that I wish I got to do in school. Like actual practical learning on real things in a way where once you're done, you actually have something that's real and you had to use a real skill set to put it together. I wish I had that experience when I was in school. I probably would have not thought it was as excuse me, sorry. Speaking of AV, did you fix the XLR? I didn't know I had a bad XLR. My Samsung soundbar sounds muffled after you cursed. Can this be fixed or am I fucked? You are. You need Vandersteen Model 3s or 2s. To get soundbars are shit. Don't use soundbars. I've seen Vandersteen Model 2s as low as $300 on eBay. Don't get a real set of speakers. Fuck soundbars. Soundbars destroy music. They just destroy music. I hate soundbars. I hate soundbars with a passion. What neighborhood are you in, Cameron? I don't know. Akulamori, I don't go to those. With the amount of people moving to Florida, wouldn't the real estate price increase? Oh, are you kidding? That's done. Dude, like no, the houses in Florida, like if you're talking about South Florida, even Jacksonville, like I'll show you Jacksonville in a moment, but like take a look at this, right? So let's say you go like South Florida, which again, South Florida is kind of like the asshole of Florida, but still, just to give you an example. So let's say you want a house that's no homeowners association, right? 1,700 square feet. So again, I'm done with tiny New York City dumps, and let's just take a look around the area. Let's see what you get. All right, so let's just say you're looking, I don't know, around Fort Lauderdale or something, like 1.1 million for this. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying this is a bad house. It's a decent house. Is this $1.1 million a house? No, it's not. That's New York pricing. So much of this section is just it's kind of New York itself in pricing. Even if you go up here to like Pompano Beach area, you got like $799K, 1.35 million, 3 million. And again, there's a reason that I turned off HOA. Again, if there's no point in leaving a state with a tyrannical government if you're going to live under an HOA. In my opinion, there's no reason to say, I don't want de Blasio or Cuomo to tell me what to do if you're going to move to a place where some fucking HOA Karen gets to tell you what you can do. Like, fuck that. Like, so, or even if you go to, let's just go to Jacksonville, right? We're going to go over to Jacksonville because that's going to be cheaper. Now, I to be clear, I visited Jacksonville. A lot of the, it's different. Obviously, it's vastly different from, politically and everything else from, Fort Lauderdale or Miami. But it's also missing a lot of the, I don't know, the eclecticness and the selection of restaurants and all that kind of shit that people will go to a major city for. But let's say you just go to Jacksonville. Let's check this out. Let's see. Let's browse a little bit. Jacksonville, Florida. For some reason, Zillow wasn't popping up. Again, I turn off HOA because it's just, it's non-negotiable. Non-negotiable. If you're buying a house, it's fucking disgusting enough that you got to pay 5 to 15K in property tax every year. I'm not going to have to deal with a goddamn HOA that tells me that I'm not allowed to have I have to have a brown cat instead of a white cat or something like that walking on my, fuck that. Okay, this is Jacksonville, right? This is $399,000. They're literally not even willing to show the pictures of the house. They're not willing to show you what it looks like. Like, let's just focus on this for a second. $399,000. They just increased it by $49K. They're not even willing to show you the inside. So God knows what garbage that's going to look like. Okay, $135K. That's fair. That's a little bit more affordable. But you see, when you take away HOA, a lot of the inventory kind of goes away. So this is $699,000 in Jacksonville. Again. Like, what about this is $699,000? Again, to be clear, I'm not above living here. I don't want to get it misconstrued that I'm too good to live here. I think this is a fine house, and I would have absolutely no problem living in a place like this. In fact, I think it's a little, it's nicer than I'm used to. But this is not $699,000. Like, in Jacksonville, are you fucking kidding me? So, I mean, Florida, most of the country has really gone up in price a lot. Again, if you're talking about South Florida is essentially New York City. When it comes to expense, if you're looking at the Fort Lauderdale area, Pompano Beach, West Palm Beach, Hollywood, Miami, all those areas, it's like literally when I browse through the apartment prices and also the housing prices, I feel like I might as well just be looking for a house in Queens or Brooklyn. Like it's just as expensive. When it comes to other parts of Florida, it's cheaper, but it's not cheap. And again, that house is around almost $700K in Jacksonville. Again, Jacksonville is not a bad place to live. I'm not above living in Jacksonville. I'd happily buy that house in Jacksonville for $275,000. Like $275,000 and I'm there. $700K? It's just, really? What's so bad about Florida? The fucking prices. That doesn't make sense, Christian Iverson. That's some... West Virginia is close to New York and is cheap. West Virginia has a lot of different problems, but not moving to California, Ubu. I'm over near Dover and Portsmouth, you beautiful town. So there's another problem. So a lot of people have said you should check out Portsmouth. That's the place you should consider if you're taking a look at New Hampshire. The problem with that part of the town is you need to be very, very wealthy to afford a halfway decent home there. So here, I'll check it out. So let's just take a look at the Portsmouth area of New Hampshire, right? So let's go over to Portsmouth. Portsmouth. Okay, so this house is $577,000. They literally won't, like, let's see. Will they show me the inside? Okay, they won't even show me the inside, which means it's trash. Anytime they won't show you the inside, that means it's trash. It's kind of like when you go to an online dating profile and there's no picture. Like, the reason there's no picture, like, you know? Like, when you go to an online dating profile and all the pictures are above the head, like, you know. Okay, let me log 1 sec. I'll log in. So I can see. I use this site because it'll tell me if something's under contract. Zillow doesn't always say when something's under contract, and it's very frustrating. Zillow is shit with that. It won't say when all sorts of stuff is under contract. It's very, very slow to tell you if something's under contract. Let's say you're talking about Portsmouth, New Hampshire, right? So this is Portsmouth. Portsmouth, the mouth of the port. So let's take a look. Okay, this $425,000. Let's see. Is this $425,000 a house to you? Bro. Like, again, like that. This is a $100,000 house at best. Like, look, this is, I would, 100K max. 100K. I give you 100K. Get the fuck out of here. Like, this is $425,000? Really? Let's continue looking through Portsmouth. All right, 20 Suzanne Drive. Okay, this is active under contract. So somebody already bought this. No option to buy it. So $449,000. Let's see what we got. Okay, not that bad. Not horrible. Kind of tiny. Very cramped kind of living room.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Decent kitchen. Not sure if you know that Rich Rebuild fixed the Model S, but that it died when driving on another YouTuber's channel. I saw that. Tesla's prevent the average person from swapping in a replacement module. High failure within a year. I believe I covered that Rich Rebuilds repair in its own dedicated video. And I met him in person. And did a 40-minute talk with him. But yeah, I am familiar with that. Holy crap. Thank you for the $20. That is way too much. I will put that towards a house in Portsmouth. Okay, watch when you get closer to the Whole Foods in Portsmouth. That's where it gets really crazy. So let's see. This is $569,000. Let's see. Let's take a look at this. Okay, look at this living room. Look at how cramped this is. So, like, let's say I walk in. I can literally make 3 steps before I get to this chair. Actually, probably not. This is 2 steps. So if you look at the size of the chair, you look at the size of this, you look at the size of, like, the window, I would be able to make 2 steps before I reach this chair. If this is a reclining chair, probably 1 step. Like, this is probably going to hit the window when you do that. And this house is $569,000. Look at this. That's a living room. That's not a living room of a fucking... Okay, maybe this is maybe that's like a partial living room or some shit like that. Either way. Look at how small this is. Look at how cramped this is. Again, to be clear, I'm not above living here. I would be happy as a pig in shit to own this as a home. Oh, by the way, look at this again. No central AC. So $569,000 and you have wall unit air conditioners. They're louder. They're less efficient. They're a pain in the ass to deal with. Like, I'm not spending almost $600K in a fucking house and having to deal with anything less than central air. Fuck that. But it's a very expensive area. Very expensive. Let's continue going through that area. Like, I mean, this is almost kind of like the New York of New Hampshire. It's very, very costly for what it is that you get. And let's see. Oh, if I refine the search to go higher in price, let's just make it like, I don't know, 3.5 million. Let's see what you get. And scroll over here. Scroll over here. Oh, look at this. Yeah, 1 million. Okay, what do you get for 1 million? What's your opinion on the fairly widespread view on websites like ASR, no acronym, I don't know what ASR is, that phase linearity in loudspeakers correlates poorly with sound quality relative to FR directivity? Are there any active speakers you feel excel across the board? I think that by phase linearity, do you mean speakers that are, what's the word I'm looking for? Phase coherent? I don't know if you mean by phase linearity, you mean phase coherent. In terms of poor sound quality, I mean, have you seen how well Vandersteen Model 3s not only sound, but how well they measure? Like, it's not even just that they sound good. They measure objectively very, very well. So I don't think I agree with that. I've developed a battery management PCB add-on that sits on top of the existing Tesla one. It will let Model S accept a replacement battery module without the car shutting down. You should be plugging your website and your YouTube channel because it seems like you're helping people that get a lot more attention and notoriety than you to be able to do their job. And rather than be the person in the background that's allowing everybody else to take the credit for your work, I think it's about time that you start taking credit for your own work, man. And I think it's about time that you start talking about it more. I think it's about time you start your own website or your YouTube channel, even if you're shy. And I think it's about time that you start explaining to other people how all of this stuff works. If you don't, other people are going to take all the credit for your work and your success. And I think that you're too smart to allow that to happen. So let's see. Okay, this is a $1.29 million apartment over here. $1.29 million in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Bro, that's New York. Like, that's literally New York pricing. Are you, again, to be clear, as I keep repeating this because I know somebody's going to say, you're too, you're such an elitist. You think you're too good to live there. I am not too good to live there. This is nicer than where I live right now. Am I paying $1.2 million for it? Get the fuck out of here. South Florida, Atlantic side is basically New York City South, same people. Many ways. Never believe the square foot figures. You should know that by now. Tampa was decent, but it's still expensive. St. Petersburg seemed like a dump when I visited. Prices in Florida are bargain compared to New York City. It depends where. Like Polk County, some parts of Jacksonville, sure. South Florida, not really. But even Jacksonville's really becoming quite expensive. At what net worth do you think you would feel set at? Meaning you could stop working altogether. 1 million to 1.5 million. I think if I had, but even actually no, because like again, looking at these housing prices, I would say 2 million. Like in the past, I would have answered that question by saying 1 million, but now I think I would answer that question with 2 million. Again, when you look at these housing prices, again, we're not talking about San Francisco. We're not talking about Manhattan. Go to Texas and get a generator. maybe. When you see this, again, this is in the middle of in the middle of a state that has like barely 2 million people, and this is under contract for $1.295 million. I would say probably 2 million is where I'd feel safe to stop working. If you had asked me that question 3 years ago, I would have said by $1 million, I'm done. Like $1 million, I'm done working. I live a very cheap lifestyle for the most part. I spend money, like on occasion, I spend money on like, I'll get a fancy set of speakers or something, but my day-to-day is pretty cheap. I read that one. Do you think the housing mafia will ever lower its prices, or are we doomed to having to cope with higher prices for no reason? I mean, how much of this is a mafia? I mean, if somebody is willing, again, a lot of these houses that are being sold in New Hampshire, they're being sold by old family people, owners that are just looking to sell their house. And if somebody comes along and buy it, is that a mafia? I think the mafia, the concept of a mafia there would be, I mean, the only place where I could even remotely consider the use of that word, and this admittedly would still be a stretch, is the artificial suppression of interest rates for long periods of time. San Antonio and Houston has decent pricing. I met somebody at, which conference? It wasn't ERC. It was the one I went to before ERC. This wireless prepaid expo who was selling me hard on San Antonio. He gave me his card if I went down there to come take a visit. That house is mossy and gross. I agree, Futures Past. You definitely don't want to come to California. Coffee table? I mean this in the best way possible. I know. I know. Oh, he doxing random houses. There's no doxing. This is a fucking public set of listings. Portsmouth, not Portsmouth. They incorrectly spelled their name. Well, I'm glad it's Portsmouth because that's the way I want to say it. I've answered that question at least 5 times this stream, VS. Can't repeat. I can't keep doing it. Property tax is bad in New Hampshire. It is, but you kind of make up for it with a low income tax or no income tax. It depends on what type of house you get. I wouldn't want to have an expensive house in New Hampshire, even if I couldn't necessarily afford the mortgage because of the high property tax. So you're kind of stuck buying a cheaper house in New Hampshire because of the high property tax.
Oh, sweet mercy.
I never watched the Power Rangers. I had no interest in Power Rangers. I had interest in Gargoyles and Aladdin and Batman Beyond. Love Batman Beyond. Batman Beyond was awesome. Batman Beyond was way ahead of its time. Like the idea that you have a villain that feels bad for what he did, that commits suicide at the end of the episode because he's depressed that he didn't do what he should have done with his life. Like that was just, it hits you hard. And the music for Batman Beyond was really good, particularly for season 1, episode 5. The end of season 1, episode 5, it hits me every time. BS is a quality troll. Oh, look at that. That's some good troll bait right there. That's some quality troll bait. I see you, troll bait. How high is home insurance in places with weather risks? Well, one of the interesting things about a lot of parts of Florida, I forget where I read this, so please Google this and fact check me and take it for what it's worth. But it's something like for every $100 spent on home insurance, the insurers are spending $107 paying out claims. So it doesn't seem like home insurance in Florida, certain parts of Florida right now, is very sustainable. And I can't see that getting better with time. You keep comparing as New York City prices when looking at this real estate. New York City is a shithole, though. What do you actually think of these places with insanely high costs as compared to New York City? Well, I mean, when you look at South Florida, you have, when you look at South Florida, you have a lot of traffic. New York City, you have a lot of traffic. You have very expensive housing for what it is you get. In South Florida, you have very expensive housing for what you get. And I guess, with Florida, you have beaches and better weather throughout the year. But do the beaches and the better weather throughout the year make it worth New York City pricing in Fort Lauderdale? I liked Florida when I visited. I thought it was nice, but it wasn't the level of utopia to make me feel comfortable spending $900,000 on a house that is average at best. I mean, again, like as a last resort, maybe, but... How do you feel about Tesla having used standard charging ports in the EU, but in the USA they can use whatever they want? I can understand the argument that they didn't want to open up the charging network until they got to the point where, I can understand people being aggravated, saying, listen, I bought this car from you because you built a charging network, but now I can't use it because everybody else is using it because those manufacturers have no interest in building their own charging networks. But I can also see the the argument of, we can't have every single fucking electric car use a different charging standard. That's ridiculous. I think the way out of that is, if there's going to be a government infrastructure bill, make EVgo and Electrify America suck less, or just have somebody else do a lot of the building of the charging networks. And what do you think of HP providing official disassembly videos and selling parts? Does it make them a little bit better? That can, but still, schematics or die. Schematics or die. Better, yes. Also, what parts are they selling? Because again, when you say selling parts, Apple via IRP will sell you a display assembly, but that's not particularly useful. They'll sell you an entire top case, but at the price it's being sold at, it's not particularly useful for an economically viable repair. I don't know what parts they're selling for the particular machines because I haven't looked into it with HP. I'd have to look into it to see what parts they're selling, what prices they're available at, what is being sold, and what is not being sold. Why is your mouse so fat? Because it's a trackball. It sounds like a shit general argument. What is that, though? Or are you talking to somebody else in the chat? Come to Gainesville. I've never been to Gainesville. I visited Orlando, Tampa, St. Petersburg, Jacksonville, Fort Lauderdale, and a few parts of Miami. What are some red flags you say to look out for in employers? Semiconductor industry equals scary. Bad attitudes from other people that are tolerated. I don't know. That's a very general question, so I don't really know how to answer it. Florida's a bad long-term calculation. Depends on where you are. South Florida is a sweatbox. Humidity is brutal. I like the mutant bugs. I thought they were cute. South Florida is way overpriced and on the verge of being underwater. That is a concern. That was a concern. Marty McFly with the ideologically possessed drivel. Let's see. If they're good games, funny pig run maybe. Do you think you would ever go back to making educational videos? Probably not, because nobody knows they exist. Nobody cares. I released one educational video today, and you said, do you think you'll ever go back to making them? Which means that I created it today, and I uploaded it today, and you didn't watch it. So the problem I have with educational videos is that the audience for them always says, why don't you make them? But they'll say that literally the day that I make them. So I don't think, like, nobody watches those. Even the people that claim they want to watch them don't actually watch them. So they're my lowest priority because nobody cares about them. Move to Flushing, New York. Ha ha! Subway crime here is going up. A homeless guy went for my wife's wallet yesterday but couldn't nick hers. Oh, you fucking got me, you prick. You fucking cunt. Oh, well. The last time that I fell for that was 2017. I made it 5 years. Lots of people have tried. What did they do? And are you huh? I recall 10 years ago, I referred to the disassembly instructions for a Core Duo laptop. I had to find out if I could upgrade. Huh. If Tim Cook offered you $500,000 a year per stock options, would you take it? Depends what I'm doing. Yeah, probably. What am I doing? Like, what's my job? And because, see, the problem with questions with hypotheticals like that is they lack any sort of details that allow me to answer properly. I would work for Apple if there was the right job and the right circumstances, but you haven't really provided me with any of that. What are your thoughts on the financial independence movement? I found it very useful for building a foundation for my nest egg. I don't know anything about what that is. Financial independence movement. Let's see if I know how to spell independence. Oh, the retire or the fire people. I think that it's the exact opposite of what most people do in America. If it works for you, go for it. Because the thing is, if you manage to do that and you actually set up your life where you own all these different things and you have a budget, you have enough money for the bare minimum to live your life, you have the option later. Again, if you want to splurge and buy a bunch of crazy shit, once you've got the basics down for your life, then you can do that. So even if you don't think that lifestyle is for you, I would suggest being open to giving it a try, because if you want to go back, it's really easy. If you have $20,000 in credit card debt, $60,000 in student loan debt, a car lease and a car that's to impress other people that you don't even really like that much and everything else, It's really difficult to go from being that indebted to being debt-free. But it's very easy to go from being, if you're debt-free, you say, you know what, I'd like some other stuff. Well, I guess I just have to live with the fact that I'll have some debt now after I have a paid-for house and money in the bank and everything else. Yeah, I mean, the fire people seem to have. I read I've been reading that Reddit from time to time, that subreddit from time to time. They seem to have a good idea. I watched the long live stream replay in your 35-minute board repair video earlier today. Yes, I was working on my manuscript. I'm not planning on repairing anything other than my keyboard, but send me your manuscript. You've been talking about that for a while. Lewis@rossmanngroup.com. If it's not confidential, but I promise I won't share it. Why are you willing to move to a red state, not a blue state? Yet from what I gather, you tend to lean left politically. I don't want a repeat of March to July of 2020 ever again. Like, can I say that? Am I allowed to say that? Can I be honest with you all? I don't want to worry to myself, oh my God, am I going to be stigmatized if I don't spend $90,000 a month on rent and payroll, but actually choose to keep my doors open and take in income? I don't want somebody saying when I go, hey, I'm a little concerned that they just destroyed the Korean barbecue down the street because of what a cop did in Minneapolis. I don't want that to happen to me. Why are you more concerned about that than what happened there? Well, no, you don't understand. I think Derek Chauvin, yeah, fucking string him up. He did something horrible, lock him up, throw away the key. But why are you breaking into the Korean barbecue? Why do you care more about this? Well, I care because it affects me. Because if you're willing to defend destruction of that store, then I'm like half a block away. I don't need the stress. I don't need the aggravation, and I don't want. And to be clear, New Hampshire, in the presidential elections, they vote blue. They vote a little bit more libertarian and Republican in their state legislature. What I liked about New Hampshire is that it's not really filled with that level of ideological possession. If I take a ball and I throw it, just like you won't give something back to a customer until it's ready, I'll send you it after the edits are complete. Thank you very much, Ann. If I throw a ball in New Hampshire, it's going to bounce. If I throw a handball in New Hampshire at a bunch of people, it's going to bounce off about 50 people that all have different political views. And I think that that's cool. If I throw a ball in Bushwick, New York, Brooklyn, it's going to bounce off of 15 people that probably think the same shit. If I go to the right part of Tennessee and I throw that ball, it's going to bounce off of 10 people that probably think the exact same shit, just in the exact opposite direction of the people in Bushwick, Brooklyn. I want to go someplace where I can actually, where I don't know what your political views are, just by virtue of your latitude and longitude, if that makes any sense. But also, again, I think I have become a little bit more of a one-issue person when it comes to my politics after the last few years. I never want to be in a situation in my life where I'm watching video of people to try to figure out, once somebody starts banging on the plywood I put in my window, and then I'm using a fucking remote desktop application to remote into the power supply software that I use, that's attached to a relay, that's attached to a bullhorn that shouts out a 400-watt air horn, air horn, not bullhorn, so that the person who's trying to break into my store for no good reason goes away. I never want to repeat that again. Why? Why am I paying the high tax rate that I am? Why am I paying the high rent? Why am I paying everything else to have to, at 3 a.m, watch a live stream of what's going on at my store and then be sitting here and think, oh, he's banging on the door. I can hear that. He's banging on the plywood. Let me activate air horn. No, I'm never doing that again. Or in the beginning of COVID, in the end of March and early April, I got hate mail under my door, physical, handwritten, not just emails. There were emails, there were some calls. I was the one answering most of the phone calls at that point in time because everybody else was, answering the people that walked in and checking the mail because the shipping guy, Kevin, Shane, and Hi had stayed home. I got physical hate mail. Physical hate mail. There's no understanding. There was just no concept of the idea that, no, I'm not going to pay $12,500 in rent and $20,000 a week in payroll and just close. I can't do that. Again, many people talk about the PPP program. PPP didn't deliver shit until mid-April. They announced a lot of the lockdown shit from the pause order started on March 15th to March 20th. No, I'm not doing that. And I just don't want to be. The thing is, I'm probably less red than a lot of the people in my comments in a lot of ways. London is insanely expensive from what I see. But the one area, there's this really, really small area of overlap in red areas And even though it's a very, very tiny area, it's an area that affects me in a large way, which is you'll leave me alone. Like, I don't have to, like, somebody, somebody working for the state does something stupid in another state. I don't have to I don't have to put wood on my window, plywood on my windows, and put a fucking bullhorn on my door and be operating it from my phone. Like, I mean, I remember saying to myself when that happened, never again. I checked out mentally from New York City in the beginning of 2020 and the beginning to middle of 2020. Oreo, I can't give you attention right now. I'm sorry. I checked out then. And even if I wind up moving a year or 2 or 3 or 5 years later, like mentally, I moved in mid-2020. But I don't want to end up in a place that we're like, again, I could throw a ball in a room of people and it'll bounce off of 10 people that have the exact same views on 30 different topics. It's incredibly boring. What GPU do you have? I have an RTX 2080 that for some fucked up reason is worth $700 more now than it was when I bought it. Does New Hampshire have big cities at all, or is it just a bunch of towns and villages of different size? It doesn't have a big city. I mean, people there would maybe point to some place like Manchester or Nashua or Concord, but to call that a big city is kind of a... It's a meme if you've actually ever lived in a big city. Manchester is also kind of an armpit. What do you think people mainly want? Sex, riches, and an adorable kitten. Kitty? Let's see. Why do you care about the Korean barbecue store? I care about really any store that's a small family-owned business that gets broken into or destroyed for no reason. B, selfishly, I care about it because if it's going to happen to you and you're right next to me, then it's probably going to happen to me. Josh Madden said, Lewis, I didn't know Foot Locker sold bread. AOC said they're just trying to feed their families. No, they sell shoes that you can then sell online and then use the money to purchase bread. But you shouldn't buy bread because of carbs. John DeComo, it's not about whether I'd want to be in a red state, but rather being in a place that is redder. Rossmann wants to bounce some balls. Somebody who gets it. Rossmann actually blew a loud horn at someone. Okay, so to understand how this works, JP sent me a 400-watt air horn for my bike, and I never had time to put it on my bike. So what we did is we put it in the front of the store, and we attached it to a battery. A relay. The relay attached to a battery. The air horn attached to a battery. The battery attached to a relay. The relay attached to the power supply. And it was one of those power supplies from Circuit Specialist that you could operate via a Windows computer program. So you could turn it on or off with the Windows computer program. It was a 12-volt relay. And I had remote desktop on a computer in the front that had the power supply plugged in to the relay, to the battery, to the horn, so that when I wanted to, I could tap a button. And as I tapped the button, it would then operate the air horn. And I was using an app on my phone to control the remote desktop thing. So as I hear that someone is banging on the door or banging on the plywood and trying to get in, I could then operate the air horn. No, never again. Fucking never again. I'm your subscriber for Phantom of the Opera. I remember you. I've got some insider info on how things have been going on Broadway. Email me. I saw your show in January of 2020. This was the last Broadway show I've seen. I hope everything's doing well with you and your family and your job and everything. I know Broadway's been crazy lately. I got to meet a guy from Phantom of the Opera a few years ago. Very cool guy. No, what you're talking about, Al, is being ideologically possessed. No. You're also pretending that policy has to do with it and not people. It doesn't matter what the policy is. What matters, again, when people... See, here's the thing that a lot of people get wrong. Like, they think that there's a policy that could just magically, there's a policy that's just going to magically change the minds of 8 million people that live in a state, right? Like you change this policy and 8 million people will magically change their behavior overnight. And that's not really what it has to do. It's not like one individual policy that you point to. It's the culture of an area. Don't throw balls. Don't throw balls. What's life like in Maine? Asking from Texas. I visited Augusta twice, and it was a very nice but a very, very quiet place. I haven't D because I don't know what the work would be. I don't know what work would be done. Why is your cat named Apostrophe? My cat is not named Apostrophe. My cat is named Oreo. Manchester is where Comcast has their East Coast headquarters, so you also don't want to live in that same crappy city. I don't think I could live with Comcast as my neighbor. I don't know what that means, King Master Luigi, whatever the hell. When you have kids. I don't know. When you let me impregnate you? What kind of question is that? Sounds like you could possibly start a real estate investment group as a side business. Your past videos show you know quite a bit. The hell they do! All I know how to do when it comes to real estate, there's one thing I know how to do. I know how to read the ad and then compare the square footage in the ad to reality using a Bosch laser measurer. Let's see. What do you think about renting in New York and commuting to New York City for work? No, New Jersey has a lot of the same problems New York does. Fuck that. And like going from one broke state that's going to rip everybody off to another really doesn't seem to be the best idea. Like I see the way, again, whether it's some of the, there's one thing I actually can't say anything publicly about yet for at least 6 months, so I'm not going to do that. But I like, the infractions and the other crap that I've had to deal with over the past year just demonstrate to me that they're looking to milk people for as much money as humanly possible in New York City. And I don't want to stick around for that. And I did a video, I think in November of 2020, going over New Jersey's finances and like, they're going to, no, I don't want to go, jump out of the fire and into the frying pan. Out of the pot and into the frying pan? I forget how what that saying is. Why do you think so many companies keep making things worse? To repair, or is it just greed at this point? I don't know. I'd love to have an honest, actual conversation with them, like a real conversation. Even an off-the-record one, just to fucking get an idea. But I don't think that's going to happen. What do you think about scalpers increasing price for regular consumers? I think that it's very difficult to come up with a system legally or a legal framework that doesn't allow scalpers without giving up a lot of what it is that allows us to have the free society and open markets that we do. But that doesn't mean that just because I don't know how to get rid of scalpers without getting rid of freedom, that I respect them in any way, shape, or form. A lot of them are kind of scum. You seem like a cunt in NAHX. Cunt with a capital C. Knoxville, Tennessee. You can buy a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house for less than $300,000. One of my best friends grew up in Knoxville, Tennessee. I don't know. Gigabyte 2290. Why is your cat named Clinton? Because when I got him, he would try to have sex with the other cats, even though they didn't want to have sex with him. So they had put him in his own room where he would sexually harass all of the stuffed animals and try to have sex with them. Don't really know how you know that. AF 1892. I'm pretty sure you haven't seen his books, and I know you haven't seen mine. You planning to have kids? When you let me impregnate you, sure. What kind of question is that? No, Han Kim, and that's a very weird question. Let's see. Yes, random NJ. Let's... Oreo, you smell bad. What's up with you, boy? Is there any action a person can take that doesn't impact another person? Masturbation, I think. I don't know. You can masturbate in your bathroom. I don't think that affects anybody else. Not really, Sterling Ralph. Again, I was paying attention in 2020. Or something, Manny. I have no idea, Lupe. Same thing that it does for people inside the U.S. Working at a startup versus making more money at a reputable company. I don't think whether or not it's a startup versus a large company is really what matters here. What matters is which company are you going to be doing work that gives you a greater sense of purpose, where you will enjoy what you're doing. Honest opinion from who? I don't understand the question. It seems like an incomplete question. I mean, like the whole idea of, what about the startup? What are they offering you at the startup that makes up for the money that you'd be making at the reputable company? I think that's the question. Oreo, why do you smell like a pile of poop? I cleaned your butt right before this live stream with one of those wipes. And you haven't pooped since then, so why do you smell so bad, Oreo? Why do you smell like a little piece of poop? I cleaned your paws too, I don't get it. Does what you're doing right now feel like work? When the questions are stupid. Not when they're not stupid. I was going to post a dick in here, but I respect what you do so much that I'll leave you alone. Don't make me post giver2.jpg. Don't make me post giver2.jpg. I love my Oreo. Tell us more about your cats. Oreo smells bad. How do landlords get away with false advertising in floor space? Surely easy grounds for breach of contract. I don't know. It's really weird that the number of things that I can be fined for as a small business owner, yet they can completely lie about what they're selling on a regular basis and nobody cares. Do many restaurants still have outdoor dining facilities? Yeah, I was on McDougal Street the other night. And there were a lot of restaurants that had the outdoor dining thing. Outdoor dining when it's 31 degrees is really not, it's not a great deal. It's not a great, what would be a good hot air station for a beginner? I like the Atten 862. I'm curious if enough of them have been sold at this point that there are any on the used market. I checked listings in Jacksonville. It's much more reasonable than Miami. Are you sure it's going up? 100%. Again, being more reasonable than Miami is kind of like saying that someone's shorter than Shaquille O'Neal. You can still be tall even if you're shorter than Shaquille O'Neal. I don't have one, Martin. Louis, you aware that counties that went for Trump in 2020 only represent like 30% of the country's GDP? No, but I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case. But I'd also want a citation so I could read through it for myself. But even if that were the case, I wouldn't be surprised. It feels like you're going more right-wing with your politics. It's weird because I feel like it feels like over the past 5 years that I moved more left than where I was when I was younger. But at the same time, in the area that I'm right has become much more of a deciding factor to me in where I live or who I vote for. It's very strange because I feel overall that I have moved left considerably from where I was, let's say, 5 or 6 or 7 years ago. I can feel that, and I know that to be the case with how I look at certain issues. But the small areas, like the teeny tiny areas that really, really, really matter to me, are seemingly, they've become more of a one issue. What's the word I'm looking for? It's made me more of a single issue voter in certain ways. Or I shouldn't even say vote. When I say vote, to be clear, I'm not even talking about necessarily voting for a politician. I'm talking about voting whereas to where I would consider living or where I would buy a house or something like that. GOP wants to get rid of Social Security. Social Security seems to be a really bad retirement plan. South Beach is totally different. South Beach is absolutely beautiful, but there's a lot of men that are flexing, there's a lot of women that are peacocking, and there's a lot of apartments that are like $4 million. South Beach is out of budget for me. It's not for people like me. South Beach is for like the 10 out of 10 men and women to flex on the other 10 out of 10 men and women as they enjoy their, like, you know, their $10,000, I mean, their $10 million condo, you know? Like, South Beach is, like, I know where I am on the hierarchy, you know? Like, I'm realistic with myself. I'm not living in South Beach. Peacocking is when you spend 8 hours on your outfit and your appearance so that when you go outside, men rubberneck as much as humanly possible. And flexing is when you drive a Lamborghini that you're renting that you can't afford to actually own to try to impress the peacocking person and make the peacocking person think that you actually own it so that you have a chance with them. Like that was what I like when I went to South Beach in Miami. That's the entire vibe that I got from the 3 days that I spent there. There is more silicone in South Beach than there is on a server motherboard. Oh my god. Okay, so there's this one person that I work with. I'm not going to name any names because that would be that would not be very nice. And you know, I know I've known him and his wife for about the past 10 years, and he is a person that it doesn't matter who walks in the door, what they're dressed like, how hot they are. He has never in 10 years looked, said a word, made a face, any of that. Like nothing, even when he was single. We go to South Beach. We're walking down the street. I'm walking with Erica. He's walking with his wife. And these two women come by. It was just kind of like somebody just took this water bottle to the part of his brain and just literally just beat him up the head with it. He immediately rubbernecks immediately, and then he catches himself, and then he goes, and then he starts like, and then he's like, he has a smirk, and he's like trying to hold in a laugh, and he just can't do it. And it was the same thing, and he just looks and he's like, and she goes, I saw that, and he's like, I'm sorry, my dick just like uppercut my brain and said, nice try. And his dick won. Like the dick 100% won. It's like, I would get in so much, I don't know. South Beach is very, 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 very interesting. But yeah, not for me. It's for people that can actually afford Lamborghinis. There are a number of reasons I have not considered Minnesota. Silicone comes in handy when Florida goes underwater. Don't know. I'll move there if I like it, Martin. If I don't like it, I won't. Don't know. You have to see them coming, then look behind yourself so they walk into your view. Not your fault. That's classic hall pass. Oh, man. I spent about a week in Fort Lauderdale, and I swear 80% of the people I saw made me think, you can't do anything to me. My dad is a lawyer. I don't know why, but it was definite stark impression. Huh. I got the peacocking gender wrong. But you get the idea. Where'd you hike, Chris W? It's Comcast, Eric Wood. I'll leave it at that. Very depressing. That's the one downside. Not now, digital cocaine. Hawaii is too expensive, Justin. Do you consider the space in between the coast flyover country? I guess in the sense that you fly over them, I guess. I don't know. I'm not really sure what you mean by it. I mean, you technically you do fly over Kansas to get from like New York to Nevada. I think you fly over Nebraska if you're going like from Texas to Vermont or something. I enjoyed Olathe, Kansas when I visited. I liked Lincoln, Nebraska when I visited as well. I have several videos in that queue. I don't know which one I would consider the biggest failure at this point. I also don't know if you're talking about a single action in a day or a plan. My site not accepting people's money because it was set to authorize and not authorize and capture was $30,000 12 years ago. Moving to this new store was a clusterfuck and really stupid. Bunch of different things. This move was pretty stupid. Rent in Toronto is bonkers. Yeah, Canada's housing seems to be even more fucked up than ours. It's hard to even imagine that, but it is. You like Eric Adams? Not really. Have you drank enough water? I could always use more. I have not. NABQ rules. None of them have that, Richard Colwick. We've been equally shit on in every state in the union. You right, repair Tesla. I don't understand. That's not a question. You can't be a right to repair. It's a concept. It's not like I can't be a concept. It's like saying you legal marijuana. Like legalizing marijuana is a legal push. It's not a person. Like you can't be legal marijuana the same way I can't be right repair Tesla. It's a concept. What e-bike you ride? One that I put together myself. You right repair Tesla right. See, that doesn't make it. See, now you're just repeating the thing that made no sense. So. Where'd the comfy seat go? You know what? What the fuck am I doing in this chair when I have the comfy seat? You're right. I ate already. Get out of the chair. Clinton? Mr. Clinton? Fuck you. You piece of... I am legal marijuana. Well, that's a crazy claim. Okay, move my monitor in. Go back there. Montreal is the nasty place to live in Canada. I've only been to Canada once, I believe. Do you repair your own bike? If by I you mean Paul, then yes. Sometimes I do it, sometimes I beg Paul to do it. Most of the time I beg Paul to do it. I'm a shit mechanic. Decent board repairman, shit mechanic. If I do, then they will, Harley. If I don't, then they won't. Gotta find a place I like first. It's weird, because in New York, it seems like it's the opposite, Ubu. It seems like people talk about people abandoning California. There's a lot of migration out, but if you dive into the numbers, it's the lower to middle income people. It seems like in New York, it's the people with more means and money that were leaving. So it's interesting that it's the opposite in California. But also when you look at it, people make it sound like everybody left. Like take New York City. When you have a city with 8.5 million people, and most of the other cities in the country are, even the big cities, 400,000, 800,000, 1.2 million. Even if New York City lost a good amount of people, I mean, it's still going to have more than 8 million. Honestly, even if New York City lost 1 million people, it still has more people than any other city in the country. If Fauci is science, then Lewis is right to repair. Logic is undeniable. My logic is undeniable. Beep, boop, beep. I guess. If Fauci is science, then I am right to repair. There you go. But I don't think I'm narcissistic enough to claim that right to repair is all about me, or that I'm responsible for it moving forward, or that I've really done anything other than just yell at a computer screen all this whole year. What is Gotham City? I don't think Gotham City exists. I think it's a fictional concept from Batman. When people say, I don't like when people give me too much credit for anything moving forward with right to repair. I don't want credit, because if I get credit for it moving forward, because people will think that it's me, that it's not them, it's not their effort, it's not them contacting their congressman, it's not them starting repair shops, it's not them sharing the fun of repair with people in their life when they show them how to make something work again that otherwise they would have not been able to make work on their own. I don't like the idea of centralizing it. I don't want credit for it. I am not right to repair. Fauci may be science, but I am not right to repair. There are cheap places to rent in Canada. You just need to know the areas. Are they? Are there? Can you do a video showing us the bike you built? No, because I don't want to ruin my hobby. It's my hobby. I'm not a professional at it. When I do board repair, I think that I really do think that the board repair that we do, every single thing is done all prim and proper. Like 100% perfect. Bike building, like it's my hobby, you know, like some things are great, some things are not so great. Like I have shit that's like there are certain things that are mounted like backwards and shit like that, and I just leave it as is because I don't really care because I didn't build it for somebody else. And I know what YouTube does. I know what comment sections on YouTube do. They essentially shit on everything. And because this is my hobby, not my profession, I don't want to ruin my hobby by I don't want to make my hobby filthy by posting it on YouTube. I don't know how else to explain it. Like, I don't want to ruin my hobby. If I post it to YouTube, I know it'll just wind up getting ruined. I have a video on the live channel where I go over the e-bike when I rebuilt it, but I didn't go through every single thing step by step. The people who scream science were all the people with a dream catcher in their bedroom. What is a dream catcher? I had a dream cast. You had a catchphrase? What would it be? I don't have a catchphrase. I think it would be, people should have ideas, ideas should not have people. Have you ever been of the manufacturer side of repair? Nope. No manufacturer's going to hire me. LOL, Evelyn. I appreciate it. I'm sure you meant well at the time, Evelyn. It's the thought that counts. Today's been a weird vibe. I don't know what to tell you. Why don't you use USB-C external screen for data recovery? I don't know what that means. What do you mean? I don't know. Because I use HDMI or a DisplayPort? I don't know. I don't really care about the screen that I use. Dream catcher is a circle with a string run through it like a net that's supposed to catch bad dreams. I've never heard of that until just now. I have no questions for you. I just appreciate the work you do and the videos you make. You're welcome on my podcast whenever you want. Thank you. Simple. Catchphrases. Hey, everybody. How's it going? Oh, I guess that is a catchphrase. I never even thought of it. That's it for today. And as always, I hope you learned something. You see, it wasn't really an intention to make that a catchphrase. It's just I'm not creative enough to come up with different ways to start and end my videos. So I kept using the same thing every time. And that's how you wound up with that. Silicon Valley meets Silicon Beach. Welcome to Miami. That's fucked up. Champion's right to repair for years now claims it's not all about right to repair. That's not what I said at all. No, what I said is that I don't want right to repair to revolve around a single human being. No concept, no movement, no philosophy, no idea, none of that. None of that should have a central person. It doesn't make sense. It should be spread across everywhere. Right to repair is about every single one of you. When you know how to make something work again, and your friend has a broken one of those things, saying, come on over, I'll help you make it work again, so that they can save money. And then when they save money and they see it work, they're happy. Or when somebody else wants to try and figure out what's wrong with something and they like having that little diagnostic skill set to figure out what's going on with it, but they don't exactly know how or where to start, you helping them and showing them, here's how you do it. Now let's see if you can figure it out for yourself. And they figure it out for themselves and they're excited and a light turns on. And then maybe, just maybe, they decide to start a little business doing it. It's a little side hustle or a hobby where they're able to do this for other people and make money. Now they make an additional $20,000 or $60,000 a year. These are all ways that you get people inculcated into repair. I don't want people to think that it's me. Like, I'm not right to repair. I'm not Mr. Right to Repair. It's not like I'm the only one that has the power to get a bill passed in the state. I'm the only one that can have an opinion on this. I'm the only one that's allowed to do something. It's hardly. And at the end of the day, since I have a very polarizing personality and I can often be a brash asshole, when I actually do or say something that comes off really badly, people are then going to associate that with right to repair and say, I don't like right to repair, not because they don't agree with the concepts, but because they hate me as a human being. You understand? So, and I'm a very hateable human being. So what's important is for it to not be associated with me, for it to be associated with all of the other people that help make everything possible. Or Paul Daniels. But he's Australian. What do you think of having children with the current inflation? Now is the best time to have children, most likely in all of history. Think of how many people had to fuck through horrible situations for you to be alive, Delia. I mean, just before deodorant, before indoor, when they had cities, but they didn't have indoor plumbing yet. Like, I remember reading this argument for and against circumcision, where they were saying that during the time, the person who was against circumcision was saying during the time that this was widespread, people would, when they got married, would be granted the privilege of being able to have a shower 2 weeks to a month before the day of the wedding. Usually in certain areas, people would have a shower like once a, like a real full honest to God shower in certain areas like once a year. People were fucking when they were only able to have a shower once a year before they had modern day deodorant and antiperspirant. People were having kids throughout the time where, you know, again, somebody could, I remember reading about the history of Kievan Rus about 5 or 10 years ago. I forget the name of the book, but they were talking about how you could have a little town set up and a bunch of people could just come along with swords and whatever and just take over the town and claim we're just going to kill everybody in it. And then just take it over. Like, people were having kids through that. People had kids in 1915 through 1920. People had kids through world wars. People had kids when there was the draft. People had kids when you could, against your will, be forced to sign up for selective service and everything. Against your will, be drafted to go over to Vietnam and shoot at people that you don't even know what the fuck you're shooting at them for. History sucked. Like, it really did. Oh, you mean houses are like 20% more this year than they were last year? Listen, I'm not saying that that's bad. I want to be clear. That's bad. It sucks. It black pills people. But in the historical context of everything we've gone through as a species for tens of thousands of years, to say, well, I don't know if it's a good idea to have kids now. It makes no sense in historical context. Maybe it makes sense in the historical context of 3 or 5 or a 10-year window, maybe even a 15-year window. But a 50-year window, 100-year window, 200-year window, 500-year window, 1,000-year window? Bro, this is the best time on earth to have kids. How we're talking about giving people child tax credits and shit like that? You think they had child tax credit in fucking 800 BC? Hell no. Or, I mean, how many more people do you think died during childbirth in 800 BC versus now? Like, I think now, given the historical context, is a lovely time to have children, in contrast to virtually any time in the past. Well, I'd be open to talking to Marty McFly, but I don't know how to make that type of thing happen. I'm a guy in a chair. Rather than replace a smash screen for data recovery, why not use an external screen like USB-C to HDMI? Sometimes it won't allow you to do that because you need to use the original screen to allow the external screen to work or to set it up or to log in or something like that. But mainly, I also don't know what you're talking about because you're not telling me the name of the device, nor are you giving me any of the history that led to you asking that question. And you need to have the device history and the context to be able to give you a real answer. Since I started pursuing my career in ComSci, your views of my views on right to repair. What's your thoughts on Apple changing their model and iPhone design due to reduce market share? What do you mean by replacing their model or iPhone design? Like, I don't understand what they're actually changing. When I look at every single new iPhone, it just seems like they make it more money and they make it bigger. It's more expensive and the screen is bigger. It's more expensive and the screen is bigger. It's more expensive and the screen is bigger. But I don't really understand what you mean when you say they're changing the design of it. Oh, and they take away shit, like, the headphone jack or everything else. I'm a real estate agent in Miami. Do you have any helpful tips someone like me when walking through neighborhoods absolutely shitting on my real estate market? I'm a real estate agent, but do you have any helpful tips someone like me when walking through neighborhoods absolutely shitting on my real estate? I don't understand the question, Killer Yogi. There's about 3 different interpretations, I think, for that. I like Soul Calibur Ecliptic, but I never bought it. I always used to go to Toys R Us and play Soul Calibur with other kids for a few hours and then leave. Right to repair seems to directly affect your business model. I guess it does. Or I suppose not right to repair, but the lack of it. People don't bathe thing is partially true, but largely not. More people clean more often than most people believe. Yeah, but it still wasn't as good as it was today. Like, it's not like you just hop in there and just take a hot shower at any given time. I have an idea that like 2,000 years ago, you had more people that smelled than right now. And they were still fucking. That's not nice, Bob Sanders. What about global warming? In the history of our species, that's never been a problem. I don't know. Weren't the dinosaurs fucking through the comet? Or they don't fuck, they fertilize eggs. It's kind of the same concept, though. Lewis pulling the it could be worse argument. That's not the it could be worse argument. That's incorrect. Completely incorrect. It's not it could be worse. It has been worse, and people did it anyway. It could be worse is when somebody says your problems right now don't matter because it could be worse. What I'm saying is when somebody says that they can't have kids right now because of what's going on, that it's demonstrably true that 99.9999% of the people that are responsible for you being here did. Again, whether or not you want to have kids is a totally separate question. If you don't want to have kids, that's fine. But to say that you don't want to have kids because 2022 is so much worse than 1962, which is so much worse than 1862, which is so much worse than, 2000 BC is just demonstrably untrue in so many ways. I miss a lot of them, Martin Mickelson, and I'm usually slow. And then people get mad at me and claim I only read the paid ones when I miss their question. To counteract lower fertility with birth control, more people need to feel economically stable. The CEO, Dan Price of Gravity Payments, that made the base salary $70K, saw a massive uptick in births. Wonder if I were able to increase everybody's pay if they'd have more kids. Biggest scam you know. New York City real estate. I am not Jimmy A. That's not the idea. You're not supposed to have... No, Martin. That's not the idea. Incorrect.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Ironically, they're still holding non-pro iPhones from their 120 hertz displays and just added another camera. Seems innovative to me. I don't need another camera. This phone has 2 cameras. Actually, it has 3 because there's the front facing and it has 2 on the back. But 99% of the time, I'm only using one of the back cameras. I don't need like 80 different cameras in my phone. I just want it to fit in my fucking hand. And I can't even do that. Oh no. Oh no. Uh-oh. Oh, Jesus Christ. Every time I see a message from this area code, oh, fuck me. Oh, thank God it's spam. Oh, phew. Thank God it's spam. Olive Garden is biggest scam. Nah. I have an OnlyFans, Corvus Abaddon. If you go to youtube.com/Rossmann group, there's an OnlyFans icon on there. Some people had to be fucking through the bubonic plague. Again, people fuck through everything. Too many caps, Jose Mendoza. I rented an apartment out of state. I spent a good amount of time there. I asked you to restate your question, Killer Yogi. Oh, never mind. I'm so sorry. You did. I'm a piece of shit. Do you have any tips for dealing with New Yorkers such as yourself who are looking for a home in the Miami market? Oh, that's a good question. Any tips for dealing with New Yorkers? I think that the best thing that you could do to get people to feel comfortable in showing them areas is figure out what all the different neighborhoods are like in New York City, and then come up with, and then be able to show them something that's analogous to the neighborhood that they're in. How much would I have to pay for Robust to make a comeback? It's never going to come back. Paul Daniels is going to be here forever. A Robust kind of got played out over 2 years. So, for instance, if somebody said, like, I live in Richmond Town, Staten Island, where in Florida should they buy a house? And I liked it. If somebody said, I lived in Bushwick. Okay, here, I'll give you a great example, right? If somebody says, I lived in Bushwick, New York City, I want a place in Florida that's similar. You need to be able to tell them, oh, well, you want to go to Wynwood. Wynwood is filled with a bunch of hipsters and weird graffiti and all these weird little bars and hipster shit. So you lived in a hipster part of New York City. Here's a hipster part of Miami. So I did a few walkthrough videos in the live channel, and Bushwick, New York City is almost indistinguishable from Wynwood, Miami. It's literally almost the exact same shit. They actually had a pile of shit on the sidewalk. It made me feel homesick, but I'm being dead serious here. When it came to the kind of people that were there, the philosophies, the way they talked, acted, everything else, Wynwood, Miami felt like Bushwick, New York City. It really did, like the gentrified Bushwick. So what would be good for you is to be able to know all these different areas of New York City. If you're getting a lot of clients from New York City, so that you could tell them. If somebody says, I'm used to Murray Hill, I want to move to Miami, where do I live? You could tell them, okay, this little area of downtown Miami is where you want to go. If somebody says, I lived in Bushwick, where should I go in Florida? You need to be able to say, go to Wynwood. You need to know all the different areas of New York City and what they're known for, so that you know what the equivalent is that they're going to feel comfortable with in Miami. It'll also increase the level of trust they have in you as a real estate agent. Why are you trying to be my mom, Das Masterfree, Rafi? Don't you tell me what to do. I'd probably be a shit father, Marty. How do you find employees for your new business? You try a bunch of people, and you fire 99% of them that don't work. I like casting a really wide net and then keeping the people who are good. But the reason you have to cast a wide net is because some of the best people that you would ever hire are people that you would never hire if you were reading resumes. You would read the resume and think either unimpressive, typo, boring. That doesn't. I don't give a fuck about foldable phones. It's fake innovation. Who the fuck even asked for a phone to be foldable? I don't live in New York. Aya your channel worth following, or is it only NY relevant? Aya? I don't know, Joe K. I don't know if my channel's worth watching. I don't know why anybody watches this boring shit, to be honest with you. Party Buns says, if you had to replace your phone today, what would be your first choice without considering price? I don't know. I honestly don't, I don't even follow new phones. I'll be honest with you. I don't know anything about modern phones. I don't know jack shit. I don't know the first thing about like what's even available in the market because I just don't care. Like so many phones decided that they don't want to fit in my hand. They have to have a fucking 6 or a 7 inch or some bullshit 5.5 inch screen. So they don't fit in my hand. They don't have a headphone jack. Or they don't have a micro SD card slot. So I just stopped playing. It's like, fine, you want to play this? Fuck you. This phone works just fine. I bought 2 spare batteries for it. So when the battery dies, I'm prepared and I'm rolling, ready to go. And I don't care. I don't keep up with new phones. I don't watch channels or watch news articles, like read news articles on new fucking phones because I don't care. They've proven at this point that there's just fundamentally no serious, interesting innovation to make it worth my time to care.
Oh, sweet mercy.
I don't think so. I have not led a life that makes sense, so you probably shouldn't listen to what I say. I don't know. My life has been kind of a clusterfuck, so I don't know about my advice. Why does Twitch chat never made sense? This guy says well with 2 question marks, but what is that supposed to mean? Why does he keep spamming the same thing? Why is Twitch chat always trash? Like, why? Why? Why can't you be like YouTube chat? Why does Twitch chat consistently suck?
Oh, sweet mercy.
It's horrible. It's so horrible. I feel bad. I swear to God, it's like this fucking lead in the water at Twitch. This is a Samsung S10e. With hope and dreams, Franco. Hope, dreams, and prayers. Thank you, preacher. Thank you very much. Would you buy a phone with a built-in FLIR? Maybe. Copaz, do you have the power to get rid of the spam there? No, it's just so much of it is shit, Martin. That's the problem. Like that guy was literally just spamming the same word over and over again. The flagships are so expensive, the cameras are impressive. Yeah, but like, how much of a camera do I fucking need? Okay, time to get rid of the cancer here. Get the fuck out of here, you piece of fucking shit. You. Bye-bye. Yeah, we're gonna give some power here. Okay. Hello. To Uruguay. Do you think 5G in new phones is worth it? I don't think that 5G offers enough of a step forward from 4G, and the speed increase you get, but the how close you have to be to the tower, I don't know. I hope that another one is. Thank you, Kinto. I guess I stand by that advice. I wrote an essay on right to repair for my university assignment. The professor liked it and said he learned something new. Thank you, So you taught your professor something. That's pretty cool. Thank you for choosing that as the topic. I really appreciate it. I'm not memeing.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Pretty happy with iPhone 12 mini. It fits in my hand and has a great camera and screen. Apple charges $70 for battery replacement, which isn't bad. The battery replacement price is not bad, and it fitting in your hand is really, really good. It's just there's one problem with it, though. There's just one problem. Well, 2. First problem is I can't plug my little microphone into it. And second problem is it's an iPhone. Did any of your electronics knowledge come from training in a formal institution? Nope. I mean, maybe if you want to call an internship at Avatar Studios a formal institution, but I don't know if that's a formal institution. That's just a recording studio that allowed me to clean the toilets for free in exchange for learning from Ricky Began and Phil. Thank you, Ecliptic. You need kids to put your time into something. That was Mr. Clinton up here, but he ran away. Professors like learning new topics. The feeling when S9 Plus is better screen than S21. S21 is missing too much for me to consider it as a phone. And it's also too expensive. You don't get to take away the headphone jack and then charge me more money. Like, you have it on your cheaper phone, but you don't have it on the expensive one? Are you kidding me? But the problem with the cheaper phone is that they don't have image stabilization. So the expensive one is image stabilization, which is good for the image when I'm walking around, but no headphone jack, so I can't use my mic. The cheaper Samsung phones have a headphone jack so that I could use my little portable shotgun mic, but it doesn't have image stabilization. So it's just, okay, you want to play that game, Samsung? I'm not buying your new shit. Fuck you. Fourth Pfizer dose is insufficient to ward off Omicron, Israeli trial suggests. Oh, man. Yo. This is getting funny. Preliminary data found inoculation didn't increase antibodies. For a shot, only slightly less likely to get it. A fourth dose of the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine was insufficient to prevent infection with the Omicron variant of COVID-19. In its preliminary data from a trial in Israel released Monday, 2 weeks after the start of the trial of 154 medical personnel. Oh my God. Okay, that's not bad. It raised antibody levels, but only offered partial defense. This is fourth dose? Wait, number 4? 4. Fourth. Well then. I'm fucking speechless.
Oh, sweet mercy.
2,500 a day, a week, a month, or a year? Why do you feel dumb because somebody else is making money? I've never understood this. This is what I was talking about in the Jerry Rig Everything video. Like, why do you feel dumb because somebody else is doing something that made them money? How does that have anything to do with your intelligence? Like, how does the fact that TechRax makes 5 times more than I ever will have anything to do with my intelligence? I don't care about foldable phones, Okay, Joke. I'm going to have some fun with you now. How about that? I don't know, every comment that you've been posting has been semi-trolly. Bye-bye. Too much bait. I blocked the spammer. I don't need to use the Joe... Huh? My friend just tested positive from an antigen and was told to self-isolate. I know 3 people dead from COVID. Get a booster. I got the first one and I got the second one. I also got first COVID and I got second COVID. Actually, I think I got first COVID and third COVID. I skipped second COVID. Yeah, I don't know if I got Delta. If I did, it was completely asymptomatic. But it's really weird because, like, if the 4th dose doesn't do anything against Omicron, but everybody in New York already got Omicron, I would then have to get the 3rd dose because I haven't gotten it. And then to get the 4th dose, like, how much time do you have between doses? So, like, I think it wouldn't even be until March or April or May that I would have the 4th dose, which would provide me minimal protection to get something that I probably got 3 weeks ago. Your chair looks comfy. It's not as comfortable as it looks, and honestly, it's not as comfortable as it looks. And long term, I'd actually be considerably better off with a proper desk and a proper chair. Do you have any long COVID symptoms? I have none. They've talked about brain fog, but I think I've had brain fog for like 15 years. I don't know why I would hate you, Glitter Fart. I don't know who you are. Can't hate somebody if I don't know them. I don't know if that exists, Killer Yogi, but I like the concept of that law. A law where you cannot raise property taxes more than a certain percentage annually. I don't think it's that interesting, Mojave26. I haven't seen Chamath's Uyghur take, Jesus, but let's take a look. Let's see, what did he say? Billionaire investor says, let's read it. Billionaire investor says, sorry, I have my foot in my mouth. Billionaire investor Chamath says nobody cares about Uyghur genocide in China. Nobody cares about it. The abuse of Uyghurs and other members in the region have been described as widespread state forced labor. Triggered a backlash after saying that nobody cares. I think the most generous way that I would take what he said is that if people actually cared, they would boycott purchasing anything from China, and they would come together and figure out how to live life the same way that we did in the 40s, 50s, 60s without a lot of the technology that we have. The most charitable way I could view that is what he's saying is if we really cared, then we would stop doing any and all business with China until they stopped what they were doing, and that while we care about it, we care enough to post and rage on social media, but we don't care to actually do anything. To care to actually do anything means go to war and, get them out of there, get them out of the camp, or stop giving them money in any way, shape, or form. In that context, I can kind of understand what he means. Obviously, he chose the shittiest way possible to phrase it in the sensitive time that we live in. Let me read the rest of this, because again, I literally only read the first thing. Every time I say I care about the Uyghurs, I'm really just lying if I don't really care. And so I'd rather not lie to you and tell you the truth. It's not a priority for me. Said, can't read that, venture capitalist who owns 10% of the NBA team. The team wrote in a statement on Twitter Monday that does not speak on behalf of our franchise, and his views certainly don't reflect those of our organization. The Golden State Warriors statement did not mention the Uyghurs or China. The Biden administration is describing the abuse of Uyghurs and members of other Muslim minorities as widespread state-sponsored forced labor and mass detention. The Biden administration has also warned businesses with supply chain and investment ties to Xinjiang they should face legal consequences. In July, that warning manifested as a joint advisory from the Departments of State, Treasury, Commerce, Homeland Security, and Labor, along with the Office of the U.S. Trade. The most pointed line from the Xinjiang states that businesses and individuals that do not exist supply chains, ventures, and/or investments connected to Xinjiang could run a risk of violating U.S. law. The Chinese government has previously denied rewarding during human rights. Okay. Let's be honest, nobody cares about what's happening. You bring it up because you really care. And I think that's really nice that you care. The rest of us don't care. I'm just telling you a very hard truth. I'm telling you a very hard truth, okay? Of all the things that I care about, yes, it's below my line. Of all the things I care about, that's below my line. Disappointing. He said he went on to care about supply chain issues, climate change, America's crippled healthcare system, as well as the economic fallout of a Chinese invasion of Taiwan. He later clarified his remarks, saying he recognizes it came off as lacking empathy. And then he released his Twitter statement. Anytime somebody makes a post to Twitter, by the way, where it's like a JPEG of an essay, that means that they're bending the knee because they got tired of getting shit from a large number of people. I mean, I understand what I think what he's saying is that on average, they think about their own priorities. They don't think about this. Like, for instance, if you were looking to buy a house in the United States and the house you were looking at that was $250,000 2 years ago is now going for $450,000 and you lost your job, that's probably higher on your list of things you care about than the Uyghurs, whether or not, you're going to be able to stay in business, whether or not inflation is going to continue getting more horrible, whether or not, I don't know. I think that the general point that he's making there is that a lot of people claim that they care, but they don't actually do anything about it. They don't give a fuck. He chose the least charitable way to express himself, given that he's a public figure and a billionaire. Given the general rhetoric right now with people who are worth as much money as he is, I think he should have recognized that there are better ways to put it. But I guess it's just one of those things where the breadsticks are filled with carbs. Not great. They weren't bad, but again, it's not good for you, so I try to avoid them. Excuse me. Sorry. I'm a professor for electronic circuit design, and I added a whole chapter on repairable and sustainable design in my class. A lot of tips I got from you and Dave over at eBlog. I'd love to talk to you. I'd love to hear about your class some more, Carlos. Please do give me an email, lewis@fight2repair.org. I'd highly appreciate it. Oh, yeah. So this is a funny one. So Sonny lost his vaccine card, so he actually got 4 doses. So he got the first 2 doses, got a vaccine card, lost it, and then he had to get another 2. So Sonny's actually been quadruple vaccinated. He's telling the ugly truth we don't talk about.
Oh, sweet mercy.
I don't have a GitHub for Right to Repair. Right to Repair is a philosophy. It is an idea. I wish Right to Repair were a piece of software. If Right to Repair were a piece of software, then we could fix it. If Paul Daniels can fix the bugs in Flex Board View, then we'd be able to fix that immediately. If you're talking about the website, one moment. Let's see if I actually still remember what that was. Here we go. Yeah, of course. I have somebody else administering this. Here. I put it in the chat. I put it in the Restream chat. But that's for the site. Success is living a life you don't have to take a vacation from. I found this interesting. Your thoughts on this? I think at any given point in time, somebody is going to want something different. And, you know, like maybe he's living a life where vacationing is part of his normal life. Like, thank you, KP Pratish. I mean, if you're living a life you don't have to take a vacation from, either A, you're a person that has absolutely no interest in getting outside and doing different things on a regular basis, or B, your life already has you traveling to different places on a regular basis, in which case I would argue that you're not taking a vacation from it, but vacationing is a natural part of your life.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Thing is, one can't really raise non-dysfunctional kids alone, and it's pretty hard to keep a family together. What makes it hard to keep a family together nowadays versus 100 or 200 or 500 or 800 years ago? If you think about it, 75 years ago, it was probably really hard to keep a family together when your husband could be forcibly told that he needs to fight in World War II and he gets tossed into another country where he gets shot at. I mean, I think that, if you're talking about the fact that more people get divorced nowadays, I suppose, I mean, you know, again, if you choose the wrong person.
Mercy.
I don't know what Seattle Repod is. I don't know what that is. I've never heard of that before. Seattle Repod. Seattle Repod? I'm sorry, I have no idea what that is. No clue, man. Sorry. Thank you, Q. Bread is full of carbs indeed, Andy. I think Sonny just wanted an excuse to do something silly. I wish more people would do their civic duty and get vaccinated already. I mean, you got a lot of people that got vaccinated in a really short period of time. Like, let's see, United States vaccination rate. Let's take a look at this. What do we got? Okay, so you look at Google. Like, that just sounds really unappreciative, you know? Like, look at this. Look at this. Like, in a few months, 50% vaccination rate. Bam, bam, bam. Like, 62% of the country got both doses. 75% of the country got one dose. And I don't know, I mean... And to be honest with you, like, can you understand why some people may be a little bit hesitant when, again, you have a variant that most of New York got 3 weeks ago. And then you have a news article like this. 4th dose is insufficient to ward off Omicron. So you have a variant that came out that most people got about a month ago in New York. It's like, again, we're talking about 40,000 cases a day in New York City, right? And let's say that somebody's just vaccine hesitant. They haven't gotten the first dose yet. And they're looking at this thinking, gee, I could get 4 doses, which is going to take me probably 6 months to a year. And it's still not going to really do much against the variant that came out a few weeks ago. Like, you have to understand where people are coming from. Again, I got my first 2 doses, but like, I used to work in a very high stress job. I could never take more than 4 days off or things went crazy. It took 9 people to cover for me over 4 days. If I went on vacation from writing, I just go to a writing conference. It seems like you're happy to be able to relax at home, listen to random podcasts and things, and write your manuscript far away from the stress. And I don't blame you.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Sean Reynolds' podcast about Seattle real estate. I've never heard that before. I haven't heard it. I'm sorry. Less people are getting married, no reason. Hello Kitty fan man with the creepy comment. You've went from being pedantic to being creepy. That's not an upgrade.
Oh, sweet mercy.
I heard some politicians in Europe want to make longevity of devices required information. If it doesn't last for a few years, you can get a new one. It's really weird how, like, again, I was never demanding that a device last forever. I was never demanding that it lasts forever or you just replace it for free. I asked for something that I think is really reasonable, Mario. I asked for something very reasonable. Would you be open to making parts available, or if you can't make them available, asking the person who made them at the very least, don't force them to not sell it to anybody? And can I have a PDF of a schematic? And it's just weird. Like, I asked for this really teeny tiny thing, and now we're on to something else. You are pedantic. I've been reading through your comments for 6 years. You always find these ridiculously small things that are completely out of the way of what I'm talking about, and you write a paragraph about them. I always know it's you. Like, every time I do that and I look over, it's the same avatar every time. I mean, again, I guess, like, it's charming, you know. It's adorable in the same way that, like, Oreo making a weird meow is adorable kind of thing, but that's why I got it, John K. But I'm not getting it every 6 months.
Oh, sweet mercy.
I love being able to hang out at home with the cats and write. My former employer has been begging me to come back. They are throwing money at the issue. Nope, I give them 30 years of my life. I don't blame you for the decision that you're making. What did you used to do out of curiosity? If you don't mind my asking. So where am I? Crap, wrong screen. Uh-oh. Whoops.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Shit, wrong window. Fuck. Thank you, Cameron. Retire, Devling. Find, get a hobby. Build model trains. Model airplanes. We should already open everything up. Huh? You think Trump will get reelected in 2024? No, I don't see that happening. He's fading from a lot of people's minds. And he lost in 2020, so I think he'd lose by a larger margin in 2024. I could see somebody like Ron DeSantis winning in 2024, but I don't think Trump would rerun in 2024.
Oh,
I think like 2%, but it's like merchant services fees ex chromosome. What do you think of wearables for collecting health information? What do you think of using chips, subdermal implants for basic day-to-day functions such as making payments, getting through doors, etc.? Is it too invasive? In my opinion, yes. In my opinion, I'm not... Again, a wearable... Like, there's a difference between wearing a Fitbit to get an idea of my pulse versus having a chip inside of me to be able to, like, go through a door or pay for something. No, thank you. I'll take things out of my wallet. I think Trump rerunning would be a disservice to the party. Letting someone like Ron DeSantis run would be much better. Somebody who would win over every single Trump voter 100%, but also win over all the people that Trump went out of his way to piss off for no good reason. I also think Ron DeSantis is a better speaker. I also think Ron DeSantis has a bit more general experience governing. I don't think it would be more entertaining, Shadow. I think it would kind of be like a rerun. Not Bill. If I lived in Florida, I actually would have been able to get my vaccine a full 6 weeks before I got it in New York City. Not even memeing. Like not only do they have an overall lower death rate per capita than we do. True. Numbers are right there. But I actually could have gotten the vaccine that I wanted to get in New York City a full 6 weeks earlier in Florida. I don't know. So I don't buy that. I don't buy it. No, Devling. I don't know. Let's see. They hardly... What is it? If Hillary runs again, I think Alec Baldwin could win. That would be horrible. Just get him out of there. Seriously, like let new blood in. Get rid of Hillary. No Hillary, no Trump, none of this shit. Like, new blood, please. Did you see my former occupation? See. International logistics, and they wanted me back at the height of the pandemic. I can imagine why. Well, if you do decide to go back, again, I can't imagine if you spend 30 years at a company and you genuinely want out, that there's any amount of money that would make you open to not doing what you truly wanted to do with your life at that point. I did the question X. If you go to youtube.com/Rossmann Group, you'll see it.
Oh, sweet mercy.
I am still using normal OBS, not Stream Elements. I like DeSantis more, but he won't run until 2024. We need him here in Florida. I think he will endorse Trump, though. Yeah. Our retirement community ducked both waves and was heavily affected in the third wave. We were going into the fourth. We watched people drop dead in the ICU. He got vaccines out quicker than here. I'm not sure what else you would want him to do.
Oh, sweet mercy.
That's my kitty. There's no such thing as too much flux. JP, you're not the real Jordan Peterson. The real Jordan Peterson would not ever imply that there's such thing as too much flux. That's like 14th rule for life right there. If there were ever a time or to ignore Twitch chat, I don't know, Sasser, because I don't know how I deal with imposter syndrome. I haven't really come up with a cure for it. I use Streamlabs for overlay with normal OBS. Let's see. I don't know if they're willing to pay a 7-figure salary where the first number is high. I don't blame you for asking it. You should ask it, though. I think that would be fun, Ann. You should ask it. Go for it. Absolutely go for it. You don't have to take it, but I would still just to see what the reaction would be. What is the dangerous misinformation that you see spread, not Bill? At the end of the day, I'm less concerned with what my governor thinks or says. Are you going to do everything you can to make vaccines available as soon as possible? And then after that, are you going to leave me the F alone? And honestly, Ron DeSantis did those things.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Like, I would rather actually have the capability to have gotten vaccinated 6 weeks earlier and not deal with a vaccine mandate or everything else afterwards in all the closed businesses than I would in New York, where you deal with all these restrictions and everything else. But because our governor's an idiot, the vaccine rollout was massively botched. Like, at the end of the day, if my governor says something stupid, but A, leaves me alone, and B, ensures that vaccines are available to every single person who wants them in a very speedy fashion before other states, then we're good. Five-gallon buckets are not here yet for Flux, Peterson. I don't notice it because my brain is programmed to ignore the spam that comes from Twitch because there's so much of it, Robin. Like, you think that raid is unique, but no. I get Twitch is just in general spam. That's not an argument, Sean Stevens. I can't even tell what you're referring to. That wouldn't be a bad job for Hi. You haven't even said what was, Sean. We have like 5 different topics going on at once. A, you haven't created an argument. B, you haven't even said what you're referring to. It's not incomplete. You're not reading the emoji, but that's unpastable. Hi works here. I do, Bob Smith.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Good morning from Hungary. Hello. It usually is, though. Let's see. What's next? Where was it? DeSantis is... I watched 3 close people die. It's not made up. I don't believe that when you say that people that are close to you died, that it's made up. When you say DeSantis allowed super spreader events, see, that's the area where we disagree. If he makes a vaccine available to people, but also leaves them alone, I appreciate this approach. Like he, quote, allowed an event. You're giving me more reasons to vote for him, man. Like, I really don't know what to tell you. I don't want my governor to tell me what I am. Like, I'm not allowed to do something a year and a half in. Like, no, go away. Fuck off with that shit. Like, seriously, no, go away. Stop. I'm tired. Like, there's only so much time that you can do this. There's only so much time that you can have the Gretchen Whitmers of the world say you can go to aisle 9 of Walmart, but not 11. There's only so much time that you could have somebody say you can or can't go for it. Again, like, you want a governor to be, I think this is really what the split in America is going to be at some point. Does the governor have the power to, quote, allow you to do certain things with your life or not do certain things with your life, particularly in a world that is where a vaccine is available for free to anybody who wants to get it? You pay the price of human life. Yes, but you also pay another price when you limit people's lives for an indefinite period of time. There's always a trade-off. There's no magical solution. You're acting as if there's a magical solution. Like my governor got people killed by not limiting the lives of tens of millions of people. No, it's a trade-off. It's a trade-off. Now, it's one thing to say, I would still disagree, to be clear. I'd still disagree with many of the measures prior. If I ask and they accept, I'll feel obligated to go back. Fun fact, the handbook is an internal wiki and a 1% annual turnover rate. That's not bad. If you're talking about high 7 digits, then I would do it. I don't know. I would still ask. If you're 100% sure, they'll say no. You're talking about cutting an infection rate in half after everything has been done to make available something that massively decreases hospitalization and death rates. We're not talking about people buying Cheetos, Devling. We don't complain about stopping to stare at red lights in the street because there is if nobody were willing to take basic actions to ensure that cars did not crash into each other, you would have a considerable higher amount of death than what we're even talking about from COVID. I agree. And secondly, where was I? I forgot what I was reading through your comment. Firstly, there is a distinct difference in the amount of freedom that you lose by having to wait for 30 seconds before you continue about your day versus, you know what? You're not allowed to do this at all. Not wait 30 seconds. You're not allowed to do this at all. Maybe you'll be allowed in a year. Maybe you'll be allowed in 2 years. Maybe you'll be allowed in 5 years. I don't know. I'll let you know. You're comparing two different limitations on freedom that are just, it's kind of like when somebody says with right to repair, it's not sustainable because you're going to ask for an individual transistor. And it's like nobody's asking for one transistor inside of an AMD Ryzen CPU. That's not what we're asking for. And yes, that would be ridiculous. But they take the principle and they try to apply it in this way that is so practically different from the reality that's people are actually dealing with. The government forces me to stop and stare at a red light in the street. Yes, they do. For 10 to 40 seconds. And then I go on with my life. Is that what you're talking about when you're talking about the type of restrictions that Not Bill is asking for? Because I guarantee that Not Bill is not saying wait 30 to 50 seconds before going about with your day. Nobody that argues for there to be more Gretchen Whitmer, more Andrew Cuomo, more limitations on everything, I guarantee you they're not saying wait 30 seconds before doing something. You're talking about radically greater limitations on people's freedom that I think most of America is just tired of at this point. Even in blue areas. Ask what is the cost of everything in life. Lockdowns ruin livelihoods and some lives, suicide and domestic violence. Again, the thing that pisses me off most about that concept is the idea that this one univariate thing, less COVID cases, like fuck every other metric, less COVID cases. That's it. That's the only thing we're going to focus on. You're talking about COVID having a higher death rate than traffic incidents, but you're talking about it, COVID in a world that is relatively free versus traffic in a world where you stop for red lights. But above all, you're talking about, what you're specifically talking about here is the cost of preventing it. The cost of preventing COVID from spreading at all in a country of 320 plus million people is massively higher than the cost of stopping a traffic incident by having somebody stop at a red light for 20 seconds. The cost to do what it is you want to do with traffic versus with COVID is insanely higher. America wasn't tired before the pandemic took hold. America was massively divided amongst partisan lines over like 10,000 other random tiny issues before you even had COVID. Red lights, it's a coordination of freedom versus limitation on freedom, regardless of what you'd want to call it, Stephen Gibb. I need deck built-in kitchen. Who should I call? Eugene Harrington of Gotham City Solutions. Now call Sonny. Stephen, when you say it's not a limitation on freedom, it's a coordination of people's freedoms. Regardless of how you want to label it, whether it's a limitation on freedom or a coordination of their freedom, you're talking about 30-second delays. 90 seconds if you're dealing with a broken light. The tired of it argument carries no weight when one, people didn't do what was required from the start, and two, people not doing the thing that is why it's still going on. Lockdowns are light stopping at red lights, but still getting in car accidents because they didn't make that big a difference. Kind of. The tired of it argument carries a lot of weight when You had millions and millions of people across the country do that from the start. Millions of people closed their businesses. Millions of people were pushed into poverty because of it. Millions of people wore masks. Millions of people got vaccinated. I went over the vaccination rate just now. Again, you have fucking over 60% of the country got a fucking vaccine. You have a lot of people that did that. So yes, you are going to have people like me that wore masks for a year, that mandated mask wearing for 16 months in my store, that did not visit family members, friends, or other people on any sort of regular basis, that stopped going to my martial arts classes, that got a fucking vaccine, say in January of 2022, that I'm tired of it. And if somebody in another state says, I want my state to do as much as they can to prevent the spread, if it means limiting other people's freedoms, they're going to say, fuck this. Eli got 3 doses of a vaccine. He literally didn't go anywhere. He canceled every single one of the vacations, all the events that he goes to. He canceled his in-person classes. He literally canceled all of the shit that he does with his life, got 3 doses of a vaccine. Then he went on vacation to Florida last week. Why did he do that? Because he spent a year and a half doing, quote, what he was supposed to do, and then he went on with his life. It does carry weight, because a lot of people did what they were supposed to do. What I'm pointing out is that we accepted red lights because we've done it for a century, and COVID will have to accept restrictions. Again, it depends on where you are. I would believe you when you say that payoff is also insanely high or deviling if you can point to a particular area that's had a considerable disparity. A considerable disparity in the rates. And I'm not talking about some place like New Zealand where they are a small island in the middle of nowhere with 4 to 5 million people where they could restrict immigration and not have to deal with the rest of the world. Money does not matter when we're talking about human life. Again, that's a platitude. It's a platitude. If you tell somebody who's been working for 10 years, we are going to take away your ability to make money now and into the future so that we can give, again, if we can give this group of people, potentially, not guaranteed, but potentially, put off their death for this a few years, that does matter to them. Their ability to live their lives matters to them. When somebody says money doesn't matter, when they say the economy doesn't matter, they forget the fact that the economy is what delivers literally everything. The economy is what allows us to have food. It's what allows us to have medicine. It's what allows us to have heating. It's what allows, me to have propane in my other apartment. It's what allows, me to have pipes so that I can have clean water brought into my home. Like, everybody thinks that the economy is just how rich people get rich, and that's it. My health went to crap as I was cut off from Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and Aikido in 2020, 2021. If I see Wing Chun, you're going to make fun of me. I have an instructor that he does like 20 different ones, and he thought I would like this one. I don't know why. I don't know how. I suck at all martial arts in general, but yeah, that's what I was doing for a while. So these people have the idea that like the economy is just how rich YouTube influencers can get Sony FS9 cameras and people can buy Porsches and shit. No. It's the economy is not just rich people getting money. It's not just money over human life, which I think is a horrible, horrible platitude. It is everything. Do you think Amazon in the future has a vested interest to prevent COVID from disappearing from the media? Has a vested interest to prevent COVID from disappearing from the media? Well, it's very. I covered this a year and a half ago. How Amazon was sex stores closed, yet Amazon was still able to continue selling dildos. I think that they do. Again, I'm not going to go into it with that, and to be clear, obviously, without proof, evidence, or serious citations, I'm not going to accuse them of it, but I think that there's an interest in it. I cannot budge from that position. It's a core belief to humanism. I mean, you're welcome to have it. It's just fundamentally wrong. When you talk about like money is not more important than human life, it's a platitude. Again, if you're saying what's more important, me having, $100 in my wallet or that person dying, then of course the human life is more important. But you're talking about a more grand overall scheme. You're talking about what industry is essential, what industry is not. The economy is not a light switch. You cannot simply flip it on and off. All of these things are all interconnected. And when you try to do that, you fuck things up. And when you fuck things up to that extent, it will actually wind up costing people lives. Not just costing people their lives, but quality of life for the people who are remaining in ways that you're not going to be able to predict short term. Your freedom is not any more or less limited by actions taken in response to COVID. Emergency powers exist regardless before or now. Your amount of freedom is unchanged. That's fundamentally incorrect. Yeah, that's fundamentally incorrect. When you say your freedom is not more or less limited, when your governor says you are not allowed to go into aisle 11 of the store, that is limiting you. Now, whether or not you want to debate whether or not these emergency powers should exist, do these emergency powers have the right to exist, that's a debate that we can most certainly have, and I probably shouldn't because it's 2 a.m. But when you say your freedom is not limited, that's just complete and utter bullshit. I mean, it's just fundamentally not true. Like when they say you're not allowed to open this business, that's a limitation on your freedom that did not exist the day before. You're talking about the potential of it versus it. You're talking about the potential for a governor to be able to do something versus them actually doing it. I spent $4K on a new rig because I saw the disruptions coming for tech. How long do you expect disruptions to continue? I think 3. Again, I'm just throwing it out there. I think 3 years. Would like to interject for a moment. If you gave up any of your personal freedoms, you make any freedoms more easily to take later. I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you there.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Sweet mercy. Sweet mercy. Thank you, person whose name is impossible to read. So, I'm sorry, Sonia. I'm not doing a good job setting an example for others.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Shutdowns disproportionately affect the working class. True. If people had actually locked down the first time, what about the business economy argument falls apart because this would have been a much shorter event? But that's... like, I'm failing to see the part of the world that's not dealing with this in a serious way. If I wanted to hear COVID bickering, I'd call up my father. Good night.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Oh, well. Rage more. Why do you think tech disruptions will last for 3 years and not longer or shorter? I mean, I'm not an expert on this at all. I don't see anything changing. Like, I haven't heard any of these companies come out and say, here are the things that we are doing to make sure that we fix this and that this doesn't happen again. And anytime I don't see them come out and say, this is specifically what it is that we are doing, this is the specific things that we are doing in order to ensure this doesn't happen again and into the future, I assume that it's going to be much longer. I suck so much at that martial art, it doesn't even really count. I'm horrible. Not because of my instructor, just because I genuinely suck at it. I see that happening 8-bit Oni, and it's kind of sad to have that stigma attached to it. Because it's not really like you can control it. Shutdowns don't have to disproportionately affect the working class. They don't. You could just not have them. even if you do provide full financial support for everybody who's no longer able to work and pretend that this is not going to do anything to your economy, your supply chain, the value of your currency, even like, let's just pretend you could do that. The loss of many of the people that were pro-shutdown were people that were able to do their jobs from home or something else. They still got to go to work. They still got to have a sense of purpose. They still got to believe that they were actually doing something, creating something, making something. America had a disproportionate amount of deaths despite having the most preparation and great healthcare system. Bro, America is one of the most unhealthy fucking like first world countries that exists. Okay, if you rewind, let's just rewind back to November of 2019. We had people that were not even disabled, that when they go to Walmart, they get in that little wheelchair thing in the front, or that walker thing, whatever, not because they're disabled, not because they had surgery, because they just don't even feel like walking. Like my dad has had 7 surgeries. He's had 7 surgeries, and he makes fun of that shit. Like, he calls out his neighbors on that shit. He's 72 years old, 7 surgeries, 2 fake knees, walks through the store. Because, you know, and they laugh, like, because they know what they're doing. Like, we are a very, 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 very badly, deeply unhealthy country. Even before COVID. I was not surprised at all that America had a disproportionate amount of deaths, given the way that we eat in this country, the way we view exercise and everything else. There are very, very large swaths of our country that are just beyond unhealthy. And it was like that for a long time, and we knew that. And that's something that we most certainly should address. I'm not saying we shouldn't address that. That's, I think that the aggravation that people like Not Bill are having are coming from comments like Think Right, because like that's the complete opposite side of the spectrum. Like that's, like I understand where the aggravation is coming from like not, I understand where Not Bill's aggravation is coming from. Like if you're reading the comments in the chat by Think Right, like I'm not on that side either. Like that's way off in fantasy land. Like that's way off in fantasy land in my opinion. Okay. New York City had a pretty trash death rate per capita.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Per the CDC's report, the average weight of American men in 2016 was 197 pounds. For women, it was 170. Well, I mean, average doesn't mean jack shit. Like a median weight would mean something. Average doesn't mean jack shit to me. Also, that also doesn't really tell you much. Again, if you have a bunch of people that are like 6'4" and work out, also even if you just have a lot of people that are, I don't know, power lifters, that weight doesn't really mean much in and of itself. Because again, if you're a power lifter, you're going to weigh a lot more than somebody who's not a power lifter, but that doesn't make you less healthy. But yeah, I mean, when people say America did badly, America is a very, very, very badly unhealthy country. And if you even just try to suggest that people try to do just some basic things, just eat a little bit healthier, exercise a little bit more, you're fat phobic or fat shaming or whatever like that. I stopped being pro shutdown when vaccines were widely available. Yeah, and like we're literally on the talk of 3rd and 4th doses at this point that are available for free. It's very difficult for me to be pro any sort of restrictions at this point. See you later, Space Fleming.
Oh, sweet mercy.
My kid was born a few months before shutdowns. Effects not just economics, speech and socialization delays due to mass and no daycares, open play, dates, etc. Where do you live? That's kind of sad. I'm sorry to hear that. I want to see medians, Tim. Median. If you have 4 people that are 5'8", 170 pounds that power lift in a room, and 1 person that is 550 pounds in that room, and you use
Oh, sweet
the average,
mercy.
you would think that you had 6 or 5 unhealthy people in that room. I don't walk in Walmart, but I don't walk anywhere. I bring my own wheels. I think that there's a difference between, like, my dad sees people that, like, they walk around the parking lot and everything else, but because they don't want to walk inside of the store, they take one of the wheels in the front. Like, there's a difference between that and if somebody is actually, like, honestly disabled. But even when my dad did actually need to have crutches or a wheelchair, he would still find a way to get exercise. Like, he'd wind up wheeling his wheelchair, you know, like 5 or 10 or 15 miles or 20 miles in a day. Excuse me. Hello, bounce off.
Oh, sweet mercy.
What are your thoughts on the recent Oxfam study that reports the top 10 billionaires doubled their personal wealth over the last 2 years? That is not surprising at all. I mean, the amount of stimulus and lower interest rates that wound up, you know, just making the stock market do this, combined with the fact that lots of small businesses were shut down while large businesses weren't. I mean, like, I don't know what people expect is going to happen. Like, what do you notice on this graph? Tell me what you notice.
Oh, sweet mercy.
1 sec. Thank you, Random NJ. Like, again, this is S&P 500. Like, normal up and down. Normal up and a little down. Normal up. Normal up. Like, this is, what the fuck is this? Like, what is this shit? Like, look at the slope. I'm not talking about the number. Look at the slope. Like, look at the slope of this, right? So again, you don't even have to be evil as a billionaire. You may not have even cashed out. You may not even have a realized gain. But I mean, I'm not mad at billionaires that got rich. Like, literally, if you're just in the S&P, if you're rich, if you're a billionaire, you're in the S&P, you literally not even doing anything. Like, again, our billionaire and corrupted system remodeling New York for the rich. Where do you see this going? I don't understand that sentence structure. Our billionaire and corrupted system remodeling New York for the rich. I don't know if New York is being remodeled for the rich. I don't know what what New York is being modeled for at all, to be honest with you. I see it going in a way where I think more and more people will wind up leaving. I think it'll be kind of painful as they go, but I think more and more people will wind up leaving areas like that for other parts of the country.
Mercy.
Do you have an opinion on the New York City mayor saying the subways are safe after yet another Asian woman got killed and people live in the subway cars? Well, the thing to understand when you see that is, I know this is going to sound really, really insensitive and shitty, but you have 8.5 million people. So you can simultaneously have a dangerous thing happen each and every single day and still have per capita it being safe. Like, I know that probably sounds ridiculous, but you could probably have something horrible happen on the subway each and every single day. But just because when you're saying New York City, 8.5 million people in this tiny area, that it is difficult. I think it's most likely it's difficult to make the case that, like, on a percentages basis, that it's horribly unsafe. What angers me is that I can't show you what happened. I legally could not wear a body cam and show you what this thing does to people. I'm sorry, not Bill. That really does sound horrible. I know one person that he didn't wind up dying of COVID. He wound up dying when he had an organ failure, and the hospital that was treating him wound up doing something really, really stupid while trying to deal with it that wound up ending it. And if he wasn't in the hospital, then he wouldn't have ever had that opportunity, and he wasn't vaccinated. He's one of those very stubborn people that I know, like, I just guarantee would never in a million years have cared what I had to say about it. And that kind of makes me sad. We don't agree on everything, but your point on people complaining you don't have a degree and talking about the effects of the coup is perfect. Want to show some support. Thank you, Traziath. Yeah, when it comes to billionaires making more money, again, you literally don't have to do anything wrong at this point. If you're a billionaire and you just own Spy in your account, like, this happened. And, like, there's a lot of reasons that this happened at this slope, because this slope is just like ridiculous. Like, again, this is a sustainable slope, sustainable slope, sustainable slope. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, seriously, what the fuck is this? What is this, Stairway to Heaven? Like, what the fuck is that? And you can't. ignore the all of the actions taken by the government over the past 2 years contributing to this. Because, like, when you look at the fact that Tesla can't put fucking USB ports in their car because of supply chain issues. You can't buy, graphics cards and crap. Like, so much crap like that is happening with the supply chain right now. You have grocery stores where shelves are not full. Yet this is, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Again, not a financial advisor. This is not financial investment advice. I fail at investing on numerous levels. Don't invest based on me. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, if we lived in a normal world, if we lived in a world based on reality, this would like be somewhere over here. Instead, not up over here. This would be some shit like that down here. But we live in a ridiculous world, so it's up here. But my point is, it's very possible to be a billionaire, and it's not like you just beat all your workers and cut their pay in order to double your worth. You could literally just have unrealized gains as a result of this, fuckery. And a lot of this, I would propose, has to do with the asinine shit done with the money supply and quantitative easing over the past 2 years. Like, look at this. Well, the slope of this is fucking retarded. Like, what the fuck is this? And even if you just take out this jump over here, right? Here. Like, even if you were to take out this jump, this bump, like if this were just to have continued on the same slope, we'd be here. Like, we'd be somewhere over here. We're not. We're there. Unvaccinated ending up in hospital at 10 times the rate of vaccinated. That's one of the reasons I got it. People have said you can still get it and you can still spread it even with a vaccine. And it's like, I don't give a fuck if I get COVID. I really don't care. What I care about is it going to end me up in a hospital? And if there's something I can do to keep me from ending up in a hospital, I'm good. One of the areas where I drew the resentment towards billionaires isn't based on there simply being billions, the disproportionate influence they have in legislation. I understand that. At the same time, I'm trying to figure out a way to put this doesn't sound lacking in sympathy for everyday people. How do I put this? So many average, ordinary, everyday people believe it is not worth their time in any way, shape, or form to ever engage in politics, and then they wonder why billionaires, or even millionaires, or even 100,000aires have a larger influence in politics with them when they make it their duty, their job, and everything to spend all their time on it. I think that we don't have anywhere near the level of engagement necessary for normal people to feel like the policies that they see actually reflect them. Like, just the fact that I emailed 60 repair shops in the state of Massachusetts, right? I emailed about 60 of them about right to repair lobbying. About 27 of them got back to me. I also email and call. Several of them just straight up hung up on me. 27 of them got back to me. Of the 27 that I visited, about 3 or 4 of them showed up for the right to repair bill. This is something that directly affects them. Like, we're not even talking about like voting for this person versus that person. We're talking about your industry is probably going to be gone in 3 to 5 years if these companies get what they want. Like, you're going to be done. You're not going to exist anymore. And out of about 60 shops, I heard back from about 27, and about 3 or 4 of them actually showed up. And by show up, I don't even mean show up to the State House, drive, take a bus. This was a Zoom call. A Zoom call. So a lot of people say, listen, only billionaires have a say in politics. And yes, you're right. You don't have the same level of resources that they do. But so many people don't bother at all, even when it directly affects them. We're not even talking about an issue that affects this other group of people or this group of people disproportionately from this group, and it's not you that's actually affected. When it directly affects your ability to make a living, and all you have to do is hop on a Zoom call for 4 seconds to say something. I go out of my way and try to travel to every single one, and nobody shows up. No comment, 8-bit Oni. My dad used to say, if I don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. You're not my dad, Tim Wells. You don't tell me when to go to sleep. I'm glad you get exercise, Ann. A wheelchair treadmill. I gotta ask my dad what he did while he was in a wheelchair. Do you think a girl should pet on the first date? I don't let any woman pet Mr. Clinton on the first date. Not even close. I gotta at least get to know you for 3 or 5 dates before I let you pet Mr. Clinton.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Thank you, Tyler Beckett. I'm reading through chat to see what I missed. You're high, Akshay. Paying attention to politics and actually doing something is different, EMC2 recordings. Watching Fox or MSNBC or CNN and yelling at your television and yelling at people on Twitter is very different from actually engaging with your real politicians and doing real organizing.
Oh, sweet mercy.
So few people have ever called or written their congressperson but love to complain. Again, like, are you doing real organizing? Do you actually know who your congressperson or senator even is? Most people have no idea. What accounts for that lack of engagement, I think, is people's cynicism. And honestly, just a lot of people just don't take... It's kind of like... How to put this, Kyle Green? You know when New Year comes along and the New Year's resolution is to exercise, so they go and they get a gym membership at Planet Fitness, and then they go once and they get a bagel, and then they never go back for the end of the year, but they keep paying for it? I don't know what the word for that in politics is, but I think a lot of people do that. Like the New Year's... It's like New Year's resolution politics. Like they read a tweet... Thank you, Tyler, but that is more than I deserve. They read a tweet, they watch Fox, they watch CNN, they watch MSNBC, they listen to a podcaster, they get all worked up over it, and then they say, I'm going to go to the gym, and they get the membership and they never go. Like, there's a political version of that. Was there a lack of engagement in support of net neutrality? No. Was there a lack of engagement in support of net neutrality with regards to considering the proportion of people that utilize the internet, know what net neutrality is, care about it, and had the capability to contact their politician? Yes. There were people contacting their politicians, absolutely. Do I think even 10% of the people that would have been affected by that in a serious way, did they do anything? No. I mean, I think it was probably like 1 or 2% of the people, if even, that were actually affected. What's the point of nitpicking Tesla? It's not a nitpick. They're the most valuable car company in the world, and they gave people a car without brakes, and they can't fix it for a month. That's not a nitpick. That's more than... Like, a nitpick is like, this chair still has this little piece of plastic from the tag on it, Maybe I can fix your MacBook, and if I can't, then Paul definitely can, and if Paul can't, then Chris definitely can.
Oh, sweet mercy.
System is designed to keep people too busy to care. Worry less about who is POTUS, worry more about your local city, county, state government. I agree with the latter part. I don't know about the former. I don't know if this system is designed to keep people too busy. I think that the people naturally find keep being busy in their own life, pursuing their career, making money, and doing everything that they need to do to live in our society more important than following everything that their politicians do.
Oh, sweet mercy.
I don't sell NFTs. Is Repair.org legit? I believe they are legit. I've met Gay Gordon Byrne and lobbied with her on several occasions. What are you talking about, money and wasting time, 8-bit?
Oh, sweet mercy.
If Chris can't, then there's no fix. Then it goes away. And you break it over your knee and you consider it the end of the day. At what point do the additional consequences of COVID lockdown and mandate exceed the benefit of the vaccine? Well, I think you have to separate lockdowns and mandates
Sweet mercy.
from the vaccine itself. Like vaccine mandate and vaccine are not the same thing. Wearing a mask and mask mandates are not the same thing. I can wear a mask and get a vaccine with zero effects on my mental health. I think it's more lockdowns, restrictions on what you're capable of doing, combined with financial uncertainty into the future as a result of what's going on, that causes mental health issues more so than a vaccine mandate or even a vaccine would. I think you kind of mixed a few different things there.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Thank you, Michael. I'm not even going to... You know what? I appreciate the $1 you gave me enough that I'm not going to destroy and butcher your last name. And there's no option here. I would butcher your last name. Your last name would be gone. You make no sense, Ghost User.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Honestly, my employees genuinely hate making YouTube videos, and I've tried to. I've tried in the past. They do all the repairs now. I could fight an uphill tide, but that never, they probably know. I could ask, but how much to hop in a call with you? I have a boundary when it comes to people that are on YouTube. I have an email, lewis@rossmanngroup.com, and I do read it. I don't call people from my comment section. I keep that as a boundary. Do you think there's anything that can bring people together in this time of such divisiveness? I try to meet people halfway a lot of the time. I try, instead of engaging on the specific point that they're making, I try to figure out what it is that incentivizes them to say or believe what it is they're saying or believing, and then I try to engage with them on that point. There's no way I can say that out loud, Devling. No way. Not in this lifetime. I wasn't born with a big enough brain. Sorry, Tyler. But you're welcome to email, lewis@rossmanngroup.com. Yeah, with the divisiveness, I try to meet people on that level. Okay. There was a book I read about that in high school.
Oh, sweet mercy.
I forget the name of it. It was a very good book. Music I play in the background is usually Earth, Wind and Fire, Alice in Chains, or Dream Theater. Hello, Dumbo. I'm sorry to hear that, Christian Regner. Don't. Let's see. I don't know what that is, Comutix. Why are you trying to be my dad,
sweet
Stingy Cam?
mercy.
You're not my dad. You're not my dad. One second. The one thing I have to check here. I don't know, Bob Smith. I answered that one I think the last time you asked it. I don't know when things will normalize. My guess was 3 years. Don't ask me to tell you where I got that number from. I'm guessing 3 years. What do you do for your living? I don't know. My 2015 MacBook needs a new screen. It's the cheapest model. Is it worth fixing? I have a bunch of them that are recycled because of dead CPUs. So we offer people like used screen replacements. I don't know what it is they're charging right now for the used screen. But that's all. If I personally don't think it's worth it because almost all of those models wind up getting a dead CPU and then not turning on. You did send one, Mr. Umph, and not only did it show up on screen, but I answered it. That's very weird. Were you watching for the last 2 minutes, Mr. Umph? Not only did your chat show up on screen, but I also answered it. I don't do the repairs anymore. My staff does most of them, and they hate doing videos. I've tried everything I can to get them more involved with YouTube, and I don't believe they have any interest. Let's see. Do you feel that sensationalistic journalism nowadays tries to subconsciously tell people what they should feel, often gets brushed off as a conspiracy theory? I can't tell you why I feel like that question is loaded, but I mean, what do you mean as a conspiracy theory? I don't think people call it a conspiracy. I think that there's a lot of journalism. I mean, there's a lot of people writing articles that will write them with a specific narrative in mind, and that narrative very clearly comes through in the article. I don't know what you mean by conspiracy, though. You're just talking about bias in journalism. And that, further, most people think that they'll say, I don't want sensationalistic journalism. Bullshit. They want what reinforces what their worldview is. They want something that reinforces their narrative to them. Most people that say they don't like bias, don't mean they actually don't like bias. They just don't like bias when it cuts against their particular worldview. And they'll see something as biased when it's just not appealing to their worldview. They're more than happy to read something as biased as humanly possible if it agrees with what it is they're saying. Screen repairer, Harley, by far. Honestly, I'm glad I got into board repair. If I was still doing we were doing screen repair when the screens were $58, $58 to $78, and depending on the difficulty, we were charging $160 to $400 for the repair, where there was serious profit margin. Now, there is no profit margin in screen repair anymore for laptops, at least not what it used to be. Like display is like, take a look at prices for something like an A1707 MacBook screen. It's fucking crazy. I reject your reality and substitute my own. Well, that is an excellent that's an excellent point to end the stream on, I think. You must make $500,000 from YouTube alone. Lol, you don't need to do board repair. If I made $500,000, do you think this is the apartment that I would live in? Like, let's just be real here. This is why. Like, I don't know. Like, in your heart of hearts, do I live the lifestyle of somebody that makes $500,000 a year? Like, take your personal salt and aggravation and all that other stuff and put it aside for a moment. Do I live the lifestyle of a man that makes $500,000 a year? Regularly. $500K. Minimum $500K. Oreo? Do you think this would be my cat? You know, Viniera spent $900 on a fucking cat. And I know she doesn't make $500K a year. And her cat was gorgeous. She's not gorgeous anymore. This cat fucking... I don't know what the fuck she feeds her, or if she just like feeds her like full cows every day or something. It's so fat now it doesn't have a neck. Do you think I'd have this cat? No, I'd have some sort of model cat. I'd have some sort of fucking, I don't know, some crazy cat. Some show cat or something. Here, when I make $500K a year, I guarantee you'll know. You'll know. You will fucking know. I will toss this cat out on his ass. I'll have a show cat. The cat's out of here. Because he doesn't clean his ass. I have to clean his ass twice a day. You have any idea what a pain in the ass it is? To have to actually clean your cat because he doesn't know how to clean himself? I'm not a smart man, DQ. You plan to bring him to New Hampshire? Yeah, there are some places I've thought of bringing him to New Hampshire. You want to see the White Mountains, Oreo? You want to see your new home? You want me to take you to the White Mountains, Oreo? Want me to leave you on the top of the mountain? Most of those are not real subscribers / Jason. You're here and you're subscribed. This is my adorable cat. No drinking tonight. Not really, Dumbo, to be honest with you. I wasn't happy that I had to come back. I started an entire nonprofit, Comictics, and I raised $900K. That did good, and I'm happy with that. We're off to the races, got lobbyists in 6 different states, can have a federal initiative going soon. Do you believe there's any amount of grassroots political activism that could have gotten the Trump FCC to reverse its position on net neutrality?
Oh, sweet mercy.
Let me think about that for a moment before I give an answer. I think there are ways that it could have been made politically inconvenient for them to have that position, because they have a vested interest in keeping their houses of Congress.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Have you heard about the new EU laws forcing companies to maintain hardware and software over their whole expected lifespan? I have not heard about that law. Not really. I mean, I have one, Commutix, and you don't even know it exists, but I don't really focus on it. But the money that was raised to lobby is more than enough. Your solution to these things seems to be people should be more involved, make a stink. I do think people should be more involved, and I still maintain that many people that are affected by these policies do not get themselves involved. Not just on net neutrality, but on a number of different issues.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Many ordinary, average, everyday people do not know who their senator or congressperson is. Being 40, I come from a freaking background. Did you ever freak, and if so, what's the most fun you had doing it? I don't know what freaking is, to be honest with you. I know freaking, but I don't know freaking with a PH. You're taking for granted that their voices have influence. Are you talking about the congressperson and the senator's voices having influence, or are you talking about the people who don't get involved in the political system, who don't know who their senator and congressperson are, have influence? Oh, I think, oh, never mind. You're taking for granted their voices. You're talking about billionaires in the system. Of course their voices have influence. I guess I was trying to propose the counterpoint that while billionaires do have influence, it doesn't help ordinary people that most of them are not engaged in politics at all. And even if the billionaires were not billionaires, just the fact that they are willing to be fully 100% engaged has a lot to do with it. I don't know what you're talking about with using the word bridge when talking to a congressperson. We already use the simplest of language. Everybody always says use simpler language. When we're talking to them, we say this is like being able to replace the brakes in your car. If they don't understand what that is, then like I don't understand. It's not on me that they elected a toddler as a senator at that point.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Good night, Tyler. Like, for instance, AT&T through Mueller Roback had hired Kim Roback as a lobbyist for AT&T, and they wound up giving about $3,000 or $3,300 to Bob Christ, who is a senator in Nebraska. And he had a meeting scheduled with us, and he did not take that meeting. And he was supposed to take a meeting with us on the right to repair bill. And then we figured out, well, okay, this seems like an incentive too. Thank you, Tim. That's too kind of you. That's way too kind of you. That doesn't really... Now, hypothetically speaking, let's say that did not happen. Every other senator there thought we were a joke. Every other person that was sitting there that day thought that we were a joke. So let's say that person didn't even do the law. And it was really difficult for us to respond when the lobbyists outnumbered us on an issue that's supposed to be for the people. So that issue back in 2017, that was for the people. That was like a for the people issue. And the lobbyists who showed up outnumbered the people in the town. Outnumbered the farmers, because nobody showed up. Nobody cared. Now maybe if it literally filled the entire room, they'd have to think, oh shit, this may actually challenge my chance at re-election. Because think about it, if the entire room was filled with your constituents, who gives a fuck about the $3,000 to your re-election campaign at that point? Because that's the thing, people think like it's like this $1 million or $1 billion behind the scenes deal a lot of the time with these politicians. It was $3,000. I'm still alive because I'm alive. I don't know what you mean by talks in that bus lane bridge. When I've explained this, I've literally said, this is the chip that's required to make it charge the battery, and they'll tell me I can't get access to it. If somebody doesn't know what charging a battery is in a portable device in 2022, then we have a more serious issue than right to repair. It's that people who are functionally illiterate are in office. And I don't have a fix for that problem. It's not that we're not explaining it simply enough. We've more than explained it simply enough. It's that they don't care. I'm not saying pay people to fill a room. I'm saying people should actually give a flying fuck and actually do something if they care about an issue. But it's not just right to repair where people don't do that. It's just politics in general. Oreo, you have to stop clawing me. That's not very nice. That hurts when you claw me. Thoughts on Boris Johnson Christmas party during lockdown? Whether a politician is conservative or liberal, the number of people, at the very least in my country, that have set a particular rule and not followed it themselves is just like, it's an old meme at this point. I do believe it's time for me to pet the kitty and end the stream. 5 hours and 47 seconds. Wow. I honestly wanted to beat my old record, which was 5 hours, and I beat it by 51 seconds. So there we go. I just wanted to see if I could beat my own record. 5 hours and 59 seconds of streaming. That's crazy. I want to try to break it and make it for 8 hours next time. So what I'd like to do next time is I'd like to see if I could actually make 8 or 9 hours. I don't think I can do it, but I'm going to try. See y'all.